everyone. Hello. So happy Sunday afternoon. So I'm still your host for today, Trisha, and again, welcome to GDG Philippines DevFest 2020 Day 2. I'm still with Roselle, Estella, and Eliza. Okay, so today we will be having a lot of talks, tech talks, general and technical talks. Okay, so please stay with us all throughout the day. This will be 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. But first, of course, let's have our opening remarks from the community lead of GDG Zamboanga, Miss Yvonne Medina.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. We are so happy to welcome you back to the Day 2 of DevFest Philippines 2020. We hope that you had a great time learning yesterday. What made this year's DevFest special and meaningful is the spirit of volunteerism, the camaraderie, and collaboration of the different GDG chapters in the Philippines, all for the love of the community. Indeed, the bayanihan spirit of the Filipino people is still thriving. In these trying times, we all became creative, resourceful, and innovative. We would like to extend our special welcome to our awesome speakers who will be sharing their expertise this afternoon. In a while, you will be listening to talks on the topics of scientific leadership, Google Cloud, data science, and TensorFlow. We are very enthusiastic to also feature the Women Techmakers track, where awesome women will be sharing their experiences and knowledge on UX, Agile, careers as test engineers, and in other areas in tech. To address common struggles during the pandemic, we will also have a women panel discussion that will talk about work life balance. DevFest Philippines 2020 would not be complete without a night of bonding through fun activities and music, featuring local talents. Watch out for our live virtual after party. Lastly, don't forget to share your experiences by posting your selfies in your social media accounts with the hashtag DevFestPH2020. This is Yuri, all the way from Zamboanga City, Philippines, wishing you a fruitful day full of learning and fun. Maraming salamat po.
All right, so thank you so much for that opening remarks all the way from Zamboanga. Now I'll go ahead and, of course, introduce our keynote speaker for day 2. He is the Vice President of Engineering at Hubble, a construction tech company based in Singapore. Hubble helps firms manage the end-to-end construction life cycle and is used recently to build Jewel at Changi, an iconic shopping mall right at the heart of Singapore Airport. Prior to Hubble, our speaker led the mobile apps and TV engineering teams in Rakuten Viki, ranging from iOS and Android, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Google Play Instant, Google Home, Chromecast, Chromebooks, and smart displays. Their works were featured at Google I/O, WWDC, Android Developer's Story, Editor's Choice, and Android Excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Julius Uy for scientific leadership.
All right. Hello. Hi, everyone. So good to see you. Um, let's see how we can bring the slides up. All right. Super cool. Thanks for being with us at 1 p.m. Let's see if I can put you to sleep after the lunch carbs. Hey, Julian. Hello, hello, hello. All right, let's see what we can do in the next 40 minutes. Hi, Kurt. Hello. All right. So, in scientific leadership, we're going to talk a little bit about several dozens of scientific research in terms of how we can improve our productivity as an engineer, as a product manager, designer. Like, it's pretty much everything that we can learn here and there. So, let's start off with a very interesting question. That was research in 2010, whereby the researchers actually asked this question. So, they asked in the video game industry, which of these contributes to the most revenue? Now, I won't be able to immediately see the response in the chat, but I'd encourage you to actually share your predictions. What do you think it's the one that contributes to the most revenue? So it turns out that actually it's the middle management that contributes the most significant in the revenue in the video game industry. So that's quite interesting because unless you're an individual contributor, aka a software engineer with no one to manage, a product manager with no one to manage, a designer with no one to manage, you are more likely to be a manager. In fact, in management, there's multiple layers of management, and eventually you'll reach the CEO. And people think that okay, it stops there, right? Like the CEO is not a middle manager, but it turns out that that's not always true actually, because the CEO, especially in a publicly traded company, or if you have a investor, you are actually reporting to the board of directors. And then we were like, okay, like you have board of directors, you don't have anyone to report to, right? But it turns out that the board of directors as well are middle managers because they also report to the investors. In fact, almost everyone is a middle manager, no matter how you put it. So what that means is that in the research, although they're looking at middle management themselves, what we are seeing is that on top of company brand and the product, the main contributor to success is actually the people. Now, what's surprising here is that a research done by Gallup in 2015 shows that only 1 out of 10 people actually have the high talent in order to effectively manage others. Another 2 out of 10 with sufficient training can be average. So what that means is that we are more likely than not to actually report to a manager that doesn't have the sufficient skills in order for us to be effective. Now, what that means also is quite interesting because companies with highly engaged employees, in essence, companies with very good management team, they actually outperform their peers by as much as 147% per share. That's really interesting. So let me put this in context. I'm not talking about 47% increase in terms of productivity. We're talking about 147%. That's almost doubling the headcount. In fact, it doubles the headcount and adds a bonus on top of it. So just by having very good managers, you can actually significantly increase the performance of your team. That having said, we're going to talk a little bit about scientific leadership here today, and so good to see you all. So let's look into
So
at
a
today's
final
video.
experiment that I want to mention to you is our fairness study. And so this became a very famous study, and there's now many more because after we did this about 10 years ago, it became very well known. And we did that originally with capuchin monkeys, and I'm going to show you the first experiment that we did. It has now been done with dogs, and with birds, and with chimpanzees. But with Sarah Brosnan, we started out with capuchin monkeys. So what we did is we put 2 capuchin monkeys side by side. Again, these animals, they live in a group. They know each other. We take them out of the group, put them in a test chamber. And there's a very simple task that they need to do. And if you give both of them cucumber for the task, the 2 monkeys side by side, they're perfectly willing to do this 25 times in a row. So cucumber, even though it's really only water in my opinion, but cucumber is perfectly fine for them. Now, if you give the partner grapes, the food preferences of my capuchin monkeys correspond exactly with the prices in the supermarket. And so if you give them grapes, that's a far better food, then you create inequity between them. So that's the experiment we did. Recently, we videotaped it with new monkeys who had never done the task, thinking that maybe they would have a stronger reaction, and that turned out to be right. The one on the left is the monkey who gets cucumber. The one on the right is the one who gets grapes. The one who gets cucumber, note that the first piece of cucumber is perfectly fine. The first piece she eats. Then she sees the other one getting grape, and you will see what happens. So she gives a rock to us, that's the task. And we give her a piece of cucumber and she eats it. The other one needs to give a rock to us. And that's what she does. And she gets a grape. And she eats it. The other one sees that. She gives a rock to us now, gets again cucumber. She tests the rock now against the wall. She needs to give it to us. And she gets cucumber again. So this is basically the Wall Street protest that you see here.
So notice what just happened. So long as both of them receive cucumber, as mentioned by the researcher, they're totally fine. They won't rebel against the researcher. But the moment that they see quote-unquote unfairness, then the monkey starts to feel that they're being treated unfairly. Now, this is quite interesting because traditional economics fail to predict this. What traditional economics say is that the value of a cucumber is significantly more than the value of the rock, such that if I trade a rock for a cucumber, I should be happy. But then the scenarios change when you're actually giving a grape to somebody else. And then it's within your line of sight, and then you know it. Because now you're asking yourself, why don't I get a grape by trading a rock? So now what this uncovers is an entirely new field of economics, which is called behavioral economics. The thing is that this is also happening to us. This is happening to birds, to dogs, to human beings. We are not fully rational decision makers, which is what is predicted by traditional economics. And that's the way our brain is designed to work. Here's another example. It's a game called the Ultimatum game, and in fact, you can actually play this with your friends as well and see how it works. So here's how the game kind of functions. So you have two subjects, and then in the full hearing of both subjects, the researcher will give one a $100 bill, and the one of the subject will have to split the $100 bill between the both of them. And so here's the catch: if the second person accepts the deal, then both of them gets the money. But then should one of them should the person reject, then both of them don't get the money. So that's the rule of the game. So now if the guy who's given the money actually splits the money 50-50, she would more likely accept, and then they will go home with money. If he gives her maybe $40 and he keeps 60, she would be sufficiently happy. But what about if he gives her $5? Now, the lower the amount of money that he gives her, the more likely she will be uncomfortable with it, the more she will be unhappy with it. And because she has the power to actually force both of them to end up not having anything, she can actually choose to keep the other guy from getting it all. So now this is extremely interesting. As I mentioned earlier, traditional economics fails to predict this, primarily because traditional economics thinks that it's better to have something rather than nothing. In fact, had she received $1, she should have accepted it according to traditional economics. However, in behavioral economics, we're looking beyond the rationality and looking at fairness, depending on the way we see it. So that having said, we are not fully rational. While we want to be fully rational, we are also emotional creatures. This will take up a large scope of the talk today, and you'll find out why later on. The brain is a very complex organ. Neuroscientists will tell you that what we are discussing here is super simple, and that is true. The moment you go deeper into neuroscience, what we are discussing here will end up being too basic that it doesn't make sense. But for the purposes of this talk, it makes sense. So in our brain, there's actually two major parts that is of interest today. One is called the prefrontal cortex. So what the prefrontal cortex does is that it actually regulates our rational behavior. So when we solve problems, when we solve engineering problems, design problems, when we do anything that requires rational thought, that's the one that activates. And that's the one that's activated most of the time. And then we have the amygdala, which is a very interesting part of the brain. So that is the one that manages the fight or flight portion of our behavior. So what does that mean? Fight or flight happens whenever we are threatened, whenever we are upset, we are disgusted. And that's what's regulating us from actually running away whenever there's a fire, whenever you hear a loud bang. That's the one that activates. Now, what's interesting about the amygdala is that the moment it activates, it shuts down the prefrontal cortex. So all of us have experience whereby we are extremely unhappy about something, we take action, then later on we regretted it. The thing is, at that point in time, we were completely comfortable about, doing things that we would regret later on. And then that's because the prefrontal cortex shuts down and the amygdala was active at the point in time. So, what problem can be caused by this? Well, quite a lot actually. Um, the medical field is one of the most stressful field, right? They deal with life. In software engineering, when you run into bugs, most of the time nobody dies. But in the medical field, when you cause some problems, it could mean life. And so it turns out that in the research on how incivility um, affects the medical industry, what it turns out that as much as 71% of the errors are actually caused by the amygdala. These are the things that could have been avoided. And in fact, 27% of deaths could have been avoided should there be sufficient civility in the medical field. Super interesting. The same thing occurs in the corporate world. A study made from 14,000 employees in the US and Canada shows that as much as 48% intentionally decrease their work effort when they experience incivility at work. That's when amygdala activates. About 80% lost time worrying about the incident. There will be a recording of this video right after. So if I skip any of the items in the subsequent slides, that's totally fine. You can go back and read on it. So how do you solve this? Well, it's very important for us to establish psychological safety in the workplace as an individual contributor, as a manager, as a CEO, no matter where you are in the hierarchical chain. It's very important for us to establish psychological safety. In fact, in Google, they have 5 virtues that they try to impose in their team. And out of those 5, psychological safety significantly trumps the other 4. When people feel that they are psychologically safe, they're more likely to ask for help, they're more likely to admit errors, seek feedback, and they will practice behaviors that uh, they're more likely to take risks. And another thing that we have to look into is to actually build trust. Again, this is not something that that's just the responsibility of the leaders. Anyone from individual contributors all the way up can actually do all this. So it's very important for us to build trust. Now, at work, it's very common for us to have idea conflict. Now, idea conflict can eventually degrade into relationship conflict if it's not practiced correctly. It's very important for us to first build trust and then have idea conflict because you want the relationship conflict to actually cushion the blow of idea conflict. Now, to be clear, idea conflict is always healthy. You come up with various ideas and get the best ideas out. And then you pursue that idea. But then if it devolves into a relationship conflict, then it destroys the company, it destroys teamwork. So it's very important for us to build trust. In fact, a Harvard Business School study is that it turns out that direct reports, they don't necessarily respond. When your manager tells you to do something, you're not necessarily going to do it. It turns out that people have independent thinking, right? Now, the thing is, the manager's authority emerges only when he's able to establish credibility with his subordinates, his peers, and his superiors. That having said, even individual contributors, they can only establish credibility when they are able to do so relationally with their subordinates, their peers, and their superiors. Listening is one of the most important and critical skill that everyone in the team should have. It's very important for us to listen because ideas, when they are first proposed, are very, very raw. You need to actually build on top of those ideas and help the team win. So listening is extremely important because it validates the speaker that what he or she has to say has value, and it's the team that's working around it. So one of the suggestion actually is that it's important to establish positivity in the workplace. Positivity provides an environment for creative problem solving, according to this research. So one of the interesting practice in improv is that you ask the question, yes, and. So you ask, how can we make a particular idea work? So the whole idea is you come together, you work together, and you have a common goal. When people feel that they are safe, when people feel that their ideas are valued, that they themselves are valued, they're more likely to contribute more, and it equates to better productivity as a whole. Again, our brain is playing tricks on us, so it's very important for us to be aware how our brain functions in order for us to tap onto better productivity. Now, the next thing we want to talk about is confidence. Be very, very careful of confidence because the appearance of confidence may make you feel certain in the absence of supporting data. Now, notice what I said here. It makes you feel certain, but it doesn't necessarily make you think that you're certain. It's just a feeling. And it's something that none of us can avoid. Everybody has this bias, and it's called the certainty effect. In Prospect Theory by Daniel Kahneman, what he found out is that people have a cognitive bias whereby we are more inclined to latch on feelings of certainty. We want things to be certain. Now, here's an interesting thing. When we consume media, when we look at YouTube, we look at TV, what we see is that when experts are being interviewed, they're extremely eloquent, they're very confident. And now we start to equate confidence with competence. Now, here's some research which may change the way we think about it. Here's a research by Fu, Li, and a few others. And here's how it works. So if you look at the horizontal axis, these are the levels of sophistication of their control group. And then the vertical axis tells you about the level of confidence they have. All right. So those who scored number 4 are the best. They're the smartest. And then those who scored number 1, they're the, shall we say, not as smart as number 4. And notice the blue item here. The blue item tells you that those that scored number 1 is far higher. There's a lot of overconfidence in those that have limited skill. But as you grow in your level of sophistication, look at the red thing, the more underconfident they are. Super interesting. It turns out that those who are more experienced, more talented, more skilled at a particular field are actually less confident, significantly less confident than those that are not that sophisticated. This is not surprising, I think, for many of us. When we look at research done by Dunning and Kruger, we are introduced to now a popular term called the Dunning-Kruger effect. So what it says is that at the beginning of knowledge, when somebody learns something, they become extremely confident about it. And then as they learn more, they lose confidence because they realize that the ocean is too wide for them to swallow. Now, here's an interesting thing. Many of us never actually go past the initial confidence that we have. Most of us never actually find ourselves in the ravine of confidence when we are at the stage whereby we are swallowing a significant amount of knowledge in a particular field. Now, this has significant implications, as I will show you later on. Tom Nichols, in his book, The Death of Expertise, says that in general, we lack a skill called metacognition. It is the ability for us to actually take a step back, look at what we are doing, and realizing that some of what we are doing are actually wrong. Here's another research. It's a wall of text right here. So let's not go deep into it, but let me explain what's going on here. Now, let me go back a few slides. So here, what they did was they actually paired up people who are underconfident but very skilled and overconfident but are not that skilled. So they paired them together, they asked them to do a task. They paired up people with the correct level of confidence, someone who's overconfident, they pair them up, let them do a task. So they have various different configurations of between overconfidence, underconfidence, and correct level of confidence, as well as their level of sophistication. So what you're trying to figure out is the effect of confidence in terms of team performance. Now, it turns out that in the research, they found that the bigger the gap between the confidence level of the most sophisticated person in the group and the least sophisticated person in the group, the bigger the effect. If the person who's least sophisticated significantly outmatches the other guy in terms of confidence, they perform worse. So this tells us that the unjustified role of confidence in decision making often leads the team to underperform. So, in fact, Robert Burton, in his book, mentioned that he's a neuroscientist in Mount Zion. He mentioned that certainty is biologically impossible. So we need to learn to tolerate the unpleasantness of uncertainty. Again, if you look at it, our brain is playing tricks on us. Just because we see confidence doesn't mean competence. No matter how eloquent it is delivered, no matter how eloquent the person is, we need to be able to differentiate competence and confidence. How do we do that? Well, we let the data speak. Now, let me be clear here. Confidence has its value, especially in sales, especially in marketing, whereby those fields are actually thriving by way of transferring confidence. But in areas where you have to solve real problems, okay, I take it back, not real problems. We have to solve logical problems, rational problems. You need facts. You don't need confidence here. You need facts. So you are able to actually solve the right problem when you know the right questions. So let the data speak. Next, let's talk about the science behind human motivation. Traditionally, in the 1950s, 1940s, everybody thinks that money is equal to performance. You pay people more, they perform better. And they're fully justified to think about this because at that point in time, most of the people in the workforce are actually not as educated as we are today. That's not a jab on them, that's just the way the market works at that point in time. But today, as we all know, there are more and more knowledge workers and things are very different now than it was before. So what happened is that subsequently, after people doubted the idea that money is equal to performance, there are several researchers. One of them is Dunker, and he gave this exercise. So what he did was he there's a candle, there's a thumbtacks, and some matches, and he asked his sample group to actually find out. So he want them to light the candle, but then the wax of the candle shouldn't drip on the table. So the question is, he wants to know how long does it take for a person to actually solve the problem. So if you're interested, I'm going to pause for a while, wait for about 30 to 45 seconds, and then I'll continue and I'll share with you what the answer is. All right, have you thought of it? Actually, Glader, I don't know how to pronounce your name properly, but you got it right actually. You put the candle inside the box, and then you're done. So let's move forward and see how it went out for this experiment in particular. So what we did was to actually divide the group between group A and B. So what I told you is what he told the group A people, which is to just try to establish how long it takes for a person to, finish the puzzle. But then in group B, Dunker says, okay, if you're the fastest 25%, you get $5. And then if you're the fastest among all, you get $20. Now, if money is equal to performance, as you probably would have guessed, they would do better, right? Group B would do better. But it turns out that Group B took almost 3.5 minutes longer to solve the puzzle. Now there's money there. What's going on? Like you would think that they would have performed better. It turns out that as long as the task doesn't require creative problem solving, monetary rewards such as carrots and stick work. Does it make sense? As long as you don't have to think a lot, monetary rewards such as carrots and stick work. Well, it turns out that we have a very limited amount of mental real estate. Now, when you invest a certain amount of that mental real estate on something that's not part of the problem, but rather is affecting the problem, you run into a situation whereby you have less and less room for you to use in order to be productive in your creative problem solving. Um, so, what does it have to do with money? Well, um, one research tells us, this is by Daniel Pink, um, the research says that we need to pay employees just enough to get the concern about money out of the way, and then provide them with as much intrinsic motivation as possible. Now, let me be very clear about what this research says. You don't underpay employee, and then you don't overpay them as well. What do we mean by that? When people are underpaid, they start thinking about putting food on the table. They start thinking about whether I should move to another company where I get compensated more. I see a few questions in the chat as well, whereby they're asking about compensation. We'll take a look at it later. On the other hand, when people are overpaid, what they start to think about is that, am I contributing enough to justify the pay that they're giving me? It's super interesting. Most of us won't think this way, but in reality, based on scientific experiments, they do. So what we are trying to say here is that you pay people just enough to get the concern about money out of the way, and then you provide them with as much motivation as possible. Intrinsic motivation comes in three different forms. There has been a level of disagreement here, but this is what Daniel Pink came up with his research. So he says that there are three things that people really care about to motivate them intrinsically. For example, if you look at GDG, GDG is a volunteer-based event organization. They're not getting paid for doing all these, and then yet we are here enjoying the benefits of their passion. So, in intrinsic motivation, you're not doing things because you get paid. You're doing things because you love it, you like it. So there are three things that are involved in intrinsic motivation. Number one is autonomy. When people feel that they have the freedom to do what they want, they feel motivated. When people feel that they can master something, they can be better at something, they will be motivated as well in doing it. Finally, when they see purpose in what they're doing, as with the example that I gave, in GDG, they see the value of upskilling, Filipinos all over the country, helping us become better, become more aware in tech. Then, they become more motivated. So, that having said, you combine extrinsic and intrinsic motivation to produce optimal result for your team and for your company. Um, so, here's a bunch of people that I'm pretty sure most of you know one or a few of them. These are some very famous CEOs, CTOs in Silicon Valley. And one thing that's extremely interesting is that for all of these CEOs, very, very famous people, they're mentored by this guy, Bill Campbell, CEO of Intuit. Most of us know the people on the left, but the person on the right, not so sure. Very few of us probably know this guy. But that's quite interesting because Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google, wrote a book entitled The $1 Trillion Coach. Now it's about $3 trillion coach because Bill Campbell, in essence, he raised a generation of CEOs that drove companies into $1 trillion valuations, such as Apple. You have Google and Microsoft combined together, they reach $1 trillion. And then you have Amazon, of course. You're looking at a coach that actually have essentially built an empire of um, uh, tech companies that has reached this valuation. Now, it's quite interesting because during his time in the 70s, many of these researches are not available yet. But then when Eric Schmidt and others were talking about his leadership style, it underscores the fact that organizational compassion is extremely important. So what does that mean? Well, it turns out that back then, when we go to work, we are told to actually leave our emotions at the door. But Bill Campbell, he says, no, 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 don't do that. You bring your compassion into you bring your emotions, you bring your full self into the office as you work. It's important for organizational compassion to take place, especially when it happens from the leaders down, because people feel that they are part of the team when compassion is there. Um, Here's a super interesting research by Gallup. They found out that female managers are better than male managers. They can make people be better engaged. And what the research shows is that the main reason why female managers are better than male managers is that female managers have better empathy. In general, female have better empathies than men. Empathy turns out to be an extremely important skill in management, in leadership, and in general in pushing for team productivity. That said, even if you are an individual contributor, empathy remains an important skill set. So work on that. Harvard Business School study says that people don't just chafe against authoritarian management style. Nobody likes an authoritarian manager. They're more likely to leave the team altogether. If you think about it, for sure you have this experience. Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google, noted a research by Peterson whereby he says that companies that are led by servant leaders have higher return on assets than companies led by narcissists. And that's based on research. That's not a Simon Sinek or a John Maxwell quote. This is hard research. George Mason University says that when you practice organizational compassion, people will have higher level of satisfaction, better teamwork, lower absenteeism, and better team performance. We have been absent for many reasons. One of them is that we just don't feel like going to work that day. It happens to all of us. So to summarize, humans are emotional rational decision makers. We are not fully rational as behavioral economics predict. Negative emotions dampen productivity, so we need to establish psychological safety, build trust, establish positivity in the workplace, and always listen. Now, confidence can be misleading, as we mentioned. Confidence is not competence, and hence, in our area, so for engineering, design, product management, always use data as hard evidence. There's no way to argue against hard data when it's there. Um, Humans are driven by extrinsic and intrinsic motivation. So the idea is that you pay employees just enough for the monetary concern to be sent out of the way, and then you provide them with as much intrinsic motivation as possible. And to wrap it all up, we always want to emphasize organizational compassion from top down. So here are some books that you might be interested in. Again, this will be recorded, so if I go too fast, you can always go back and see some of the book recommendations. Here are some more book recommendations for you, and then a final set of books. And if you're at any point interested with the research papers, here are some of the research papers that were mentioned in this talk. I think that's pretty much it. Thank you so much.
Hi, Sir Julius. Oh, I there. So, hi, thank you so much for that interesting talk. I see that many of our attendees can relate. Okay, so, all right. So, I think we have some questions here for you. Can we please flash it on the screen? First one. What's your opinion on companies not allowing their employees to discuss their salaries? This prevents employees from finding out inequality in pay.
That is true back then, but today we have PayScale, we have Glassdoor. I would strongly encourage you to actually post your salaries there, because what that does is that it actually removes the power from people who have power. So what it does is that it pushes companies to actually pay people fairly. You'd be surprised how much people in positions of power actually use it against the people that work under them. So post your salaries in Glassdoor, PayScale. There's Teamblind in Silicon Valley. I think now it's open to everyone. You should definitely do it.
Okay, thank you. And next question here. What can we do to overconfident workmates?
Wow. I would think that this is a workmate that's part of the engineering team, yeah, because there's a difference. Again, if this is in sales and marketing, that's fine, because in that field you're actually transferring your confidence to your customers. That's totally fine. But if you're talking about workmates in the software engineering side of things, product and engineering, you need to let hard data speak. So when they're grandstanding things that we should do and things like that, ask for data, push for data. What that does to them is that it repositions, reconfigures the way they think from just grandstanding. Just how do you put this? It's very normal in a company whereby the person who has the loudest voice gets his way. So you need to keep asking for hard data because it reconfigures the minds of the listeners and the speaker that we are not interested with how eloquent a person is. We are interested with hard data because with hard data, you can produce value. With eloquence, you can only produce so much. It's just for show.
Nice. So, yep, basis is truly imperative. So, thanks for that, Sir Julius. Can we still answer a few of the questions here? Or okay. So, next one. How can we support underperforming yet overconfident individuals in such a way that they can understand that there is more to what they know towards the work?
So
Go ahead.
that's a very good question. Some of you may not like what I'm going to say, but this is true. Um, so we need to work on first principles. Um, so here's an interesting question. In a football game, or I guess in Philippines and the US, we call it soccer. So in soccer, you have multiple positions, right? And then one of the position is the goalkeeper, right? The one that's next to the net. So then the question is, what's the role of the goalkeeper? So the answer is, most people will actually say that okay, the role of the goalkeeper is to actually keep the opponent from winning the goal, right, from scoring. But it turns out that while that is true in many sense, the role of the goalkeeper is actually to win the game, and that's the same role that everyone in the team has. So what that having said, um, we need to work our way back to first principles. In running a business, the first principle is that the business has to win. So that having said, if the business has to win, you need to work your way back to see whether managing an underperforming yet overconfident person is good or bad for the business. What does that mean? As a manager, the company is paying you your time in order for you to manage. Now, if it becomes a burden for the company to actually pay you more just to manage this guy, um, the answer is it's time to part ways. But if you see a benefit of honing this guy so that he can be a tremendous value for the company, as long as his value outweighs the management debt that you're incurring because of how much you're managing him, then that's totally fine. Then you can keep him, you can train him, you can do several types of management techniques in order to make things better. That having said, there's likely a follow-up question. Just let me know if there is, and then I can go ahead and answer more.
Cool. So, thank you, Sir Julius. So, at the end of the day, it's still business. And I think we have one last question here. What common behaviors do you see during this pandemic that can contribute to the young professionals to improve their skills?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Well, I think that in times of pandemic, I mean, this is something that nobody expects to happen in our lifetime. Um, I would say that now productivity is lower, and it's these things are just like exercise. We need to condition ourselves to take a step back and see, how can we produce value for ourselves that other people are not doing to themselves. So, for example, Google is offering various trainings whereby you can get to know a little bit more about GCP, about Android. Like later on, you have Rayan who's going to talk about GCP. There are some events that are running right now whereby you can get badges and stuff like that, learn a bit more. So in in these times of pandemic, we should take advantage of the time that, there's nothing much to do. You cannot go out. Most of the time, people are scared. So you can stay back home, upskill yourself so that once we are out of this, we can produce significant value to the company that we are working in and to ourselves as well.
All right. Thank you again, sir. So again, thank you so much for dedicating your time for this keynote talk. So for those of you who still have questions, I see that I think we still have questions in our streams. Please join Sir Julius via Google Meet. We are flashing the link here on the stream, the footer of the stream. So please do join them. And again, thank you so much, Sir Julius, not just for the inspiring leadership talk, but also for acknowledging GDG, of all GDG chapters, so to say, about this gathering, having events like this one, because it's our passion. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Okay, so thank you so much, Mr. Julius. Just for a recap, our first speaker talks about human motivation and organizational productivity that helps in creating an environment for the team to excel and win. So I hope everyone have got some insights. I think most of the talk, it's really relatable, especially to the workplace that we're in right now. So next, let me introduce our speaker. He is going to be talking about the secrets and serverless, managing and deploying secrets with KMS and Secret Manager in Google Cloud. He is a software engineer at Hubble. He is also a Google developer expert in Google Cloud. He enjoys hacking around with new technologies and tools. Everyone, I am pleased to introduce Wei Yu Wan Du.
Hey everyone, really excited to be here today to be speaking with you. Okay, so let me share my presentation. Alright, so today the theme of my topic is secrets and serverless in Google Cloud. And I'm sure for some of you who would have used serverless in GCP before, some of you might have experienced the pain point in that, years ago, in fact, as early as, let's say, 2008, where App Engine first came out in the beta stage, where, the pain point in that, how do you exactly embed your secrets in your applications deployed in the serverless applications? And, up until recently, there hasn't been a straightforward way for doing that. And I want to bring you through the journey, on the solutions that have been adopted in the past and what you can exactly use now, to sort of bridge this gap and, keep up with security concerns that we have in today's online applications and today's world where privacy, data privacy and security is especially important to us. Okay, let me get started. So, self-introduction. My name is Wei Yuan. I come from Harvard. And yeah, I'm based in Singapore and I'm also a Google developer expert in GCP. Okay, to start off with my topic today, I want to first focus on a centralized theme over here, this word security, and this quote, which is that we live in a vastly different world with different concerns as compared to 10 years ago. And this is especially true when you look at it today. Like if you turn back the clock to, let's say, the early or the late 2000s, back when Facebook just came out for a few years, maybe you have your Facebook account. Back then, there were a lot of games over there, and you can just basically give your rights to use your data within those applications and games, and you can play with your friends. But such a scenario, right, happening nowadays is not that common. Every time you need to sign your permission, give your permission to certain portions of the data, right? There's basically a lot of hoops to go through because the companies now do see data privacy as a much more prevalent concept, as an important thing. And I think that's very much solidified by recent changes in our industry in recent years as well. From the aftermath of the US elections, There was the Cambridge Analytica scandal from Facebook, where the information was sort of leaked to third parties. You can see over here, like on this top headline over here, there is data leak of over 87 million user credentials. And then over here, it showed that they paid a hefty fine over there, over 600,000 USD dollars. So that's a huge amount, especially if we're looking at a mid-sized company or even a small-sized company. That amount is a huge cost to bear if we don't, put security as our central theme in our products. So it shows that it's a very important concept, for every one of us, especially in the creation of our applications. And from the aftermath of all these security issues, we started getting more stringent regulations. Like some of you might be familiar with this term GDPR or CCPA. These are regulations that came out from the aftermath of all these different data breaches, where in the EU region they have GDPR, which sort of restricts companies who are operating in that region, where they have to allow their users to be able to retrieve all the data within your platform, as well as to delete and wipe the data as needed. So some of you who have worked on global applications might experience this before. And this is very much the solutions or regulations that we have to follow as part of the new world in terms of facing security concerns for our online applications. And I think in the aftermath, we start to see also that as time passes, security concerns, we have to keep getting updated to newer security concerns. I have this source over here from haveibeenpawned.com. You can see that over here, numerous breaches occurring over the last few years. Over 481 websites having data breaches, over 10 billion user credentials being leaked out. You can see over here a list of companies who are involved in this. And as a small company or even mid-sized company or even a big company, we don't want to be part of this list because it's essentially very bad publicity. It shows that you don't take the data privacy of your individual user as well as their data in seriousness. Like if your data gets leaked out, for a user who want to, let's say, purchase a product on your platform, they will be less likely to be comfortable with sharing their credit card credentials, using it on your platform. So that's why it's very bad publicity. For as part of your product, an online product, you should definitely take security as a central theme. So this is why in the relation of secrets, we have to make sure that how we are embedding our secrets, those measures are secure. We do the right things in ensuring our secrets are not leaked from our application. Okay, and as we look at trends in our industry itself, the theme of cloud computing security has increased in the recent decade, and this is sort of in line with the rise in interest in cloud technologies. IaaS and PaaS, both technologies or categories linked to tools that are provided by cloud providers, them being more prevalent in the recent decade. You can see that it parallels the trend for the security concerns in the cloud. And also in the recent years where, for topic of serverless, that being like the mid-2010s where it has also increased in terms of the interest there. All of these trends parallel each other as they increase in recent years, showing that as more and more of the companies in the industry move their stacks towards the cloud, applications towards the cloud, the concern about relaying the security concerns to the cloud provider becomes more and more of a prevalent thing. And I think this is very much solidified by the concerns faced by a lot of these companies are solidified by surveys that are done by different companies over the years. For example, I have this survey by this company done by the Enterprise Strategy Group, where 63% of the respondents mentioned that it's becoming harder and harder to keep up to date to the security concerns. As time passes, systems get broken, security protocols get outdated. And as a company, you need to ensure that you keep up to date to the newer security protocols or whatever security lapses, bugs that have appeared across the years. But this is especially hard for a mid-sized or even small company where it's hard to have to dedicate a DevSecOps team to make sure that your company's policies are in line with the industry practices. You can see over here on the left, 22% of the respondents indicate that most of their resources they're addressing other issues, other high priority and emergency issues, where they don't have enough time to take care of the security practices and processes in their company. So this is where I think the cloud can come in, to complete the whole picture. When we started, as companies, we look into serverless applications and we want to, focus on more of our applications, leaving the infrastructure concerns to the cloud. In the same light, why can't we do the same for security? So this is where I think it fits. It completes the entire puzzle where we can actually start looking at more technologies in the cloud in meeting our security concerns, like embedding secrets in our application. Okay, so with that, I want to talk about secrets and serverless in GCP. Okay, let's start off with understanding the term of serverless for some of you who might not be very familiar with these concepts. So the one word I will use that's very much synonymous with serverless is the term manage. So it's usually managed versus self-managed. Self-managed being that, a few decades ago, you have your own physical server racks in the office, you're maintaining your own infrastructure. That is exactly what is meant by self-managed. Manage, on the other hand, is referring to the cloud provider managing, the infrastructure for you, helping with the dynamic allocation of the resources, helping you with the scaling of your infrastructure. So this is very much within this definition that I've taken from Wikipedia. As they mentioned, the cloud provider is the one focused on running the server, the infrastructure for you, and helping to dynamically allocate more resources, more CPU, more RAM, helping you to scale up your system. So this is what is meant by the idea of serverless computing today. Okay, so once we have established that, let's talk about secrets now. So secrets itself is a bit more clear-cut. Another term that we always use for secrets for online or for our applications itself is the term credentials. And what is it exactly mean by credentials? Well, this credentials comes in many forms and sizes. If you have a backend application, that could be a database password because if you need a data store for your application. So we need to protect this because this can contain information for our users. We don't want this information to leak such that other malicious party can take advantage of our users' information. How about things like API key? Again, in the same light, it could be user information that you have saved within the third-party applications that you're using. So yeah, data privacy, again, this is very important for you to secure the secret. Or another issue could be that if you're using a third party, you're paying them money for some quota to use this API key. And if you leak this key out, essentially you can have other parties, piggybacking on your API key, using up your quota, which is essentially your resources. So you might not want to have that, or you don't want to have that. So you have to secure this API key. And then not just string-related secrets. You have files as well. Things like SSH key. Maybe you need that to shell into a different environment. So this can be considered as a secret as well. Okay. So after looking at different forms of secrets that can exist within an application, we want to look at how we can obtain these secrets into our application. So I would say there's two mainstream ways of doing it. The first way, which is probably the more common way, is to use something like a .env file, and then you initialize this .env file before your application starts, and basically your application runs to take the values from this .env file, and it becomes environment variables in your application. Another newer way of doing it is essentially obtaining it within the running of the application itself. Maybe within a cron job, or as you need, maybe an API call when it's called, you also call your secret manager, for example, to get the information of your secrets back and then use it immediately. So this means that you don't need to restart your server in order to obtain the latest version of the secrets. Okay, so with this, I want to talk about the sort of the motivation behind this, also to explain the demo later on, what spurred me on to look into this in the first place. Okay, so I didn't really talk about something else that I'm involved with, which is I'm actually a volunteer for GDG Cloud Singapore, and time to time we have certain prizes we want to award our participants, and sometimes those are limited in number, like signed books by some of our speakers. So the fair way to do it is an online ballot, and the issue is that there are online lucky draw applications online, but it's not really secure. Sometimes you need to copy your users' information there. Because data privacy, again, is an important thing, even as an organizer for a volunteer group. So we wanted to build something simple where we can conduct this lucky draw ourselves. So this was basically the premise of the idea, get the information of your users and be able to just do like a very simple lucky draw and pick a winner from there. But there were a few challenges, behind this simplistic idea. It's not just the, putting a few names and like running through this lucky draw. We wanted this process to be simple for us as well, and as well as the participants. So the simplest way to gather response is to create a Google form and let people put in their details there. The responses from Google Forms goes into the Google Sheets. So this means that our serverless application need to reach out to Google Sheets directly as if it's a data store and get the information back. But that itself is a challenge because we can't just make our Google Sheet a public access rights to read it. For a serverless application, if there's public access to the Google Sheet, you can get the information directly. But this would mean that anyone else can also see the same information. So that again is a data privacy problem. We don't want to have that on our hands. So we looked around and found that you can actually use service accounts, bind it within your serverless applications, and within your Google Sheets or Google Docs. Sometimes you can actually put in the name of certain accounts and give them read rights, edit rights, and things like that. So you can actually do the same for service accounts as well. So what we needed to do is bind the service account to our application, and then just run the application from there. It can retrieve the information even if there's no public access for the sheets, as long as the appropriate rights is given. Okay, but then the next challenge comes in. How do we exactly grant the serverless application, this service account credentials? In order to bind a service account into our serverless application, we need to save something like a credentials.json in there. Okay, so this is where our challenge comes in, putting the secrets in our application. Okay, so with the premise explained, I want to now touch on the serverless tools that we use for this sharing today. Okay, so if you are familiar with GCP, you would know that there are many different tools that you can use for hosting your online application. That being Compute Engine, Kubernetes Engine, Cloud Run, App Engine, and Cloud Functions. Under the definition of serverless, mainly we are only looking at Cloud Run, App Engine, and Cloud Functions. Okay, but for today's discussion, I mainly will only be referring to Cloud Run and App Engine custom runtime, App Engine Flex custom runtime, and Cloud Run, because both of them support a Docker file configuration, where it's sort of the common way of running an application nowadays, containerizing your application so that you can run in serverless if you want, or tomorrow if I want to run in Kubernetes, I can do that as well. Okay, a very common way of running applications. So we decided to go with this. Okay, and just to give a very quick comparison of both of these serverless tools, Cloud Run is actually much more recently launched. I think last year, sometime in April, it went to the beta stage, and then generally available in November. Okay, and underlying infrastructure slightly different for both. Okay, Dockerfile, as I mentioned, for the environment itself is similar. That's why we want to use these two tools. And based on the infrastructure itself, because Cloud Run is run in Sandbox, deployment and scaling is a lot faster. And for App Engine, because it's run on VMs, it's warming up or starting a new VM is always a bit slower. There's also more information on scaling and building information, but if there's more time, I think I can go into this later on. Okay, so I want to jump into the more important part of today's sharing, which is how do we embed secrets into our application, our serverless application. So before touching on the 4 methodologies of doing this, I want to first address the fact that I'm going to be just talking about managed tools today. Okay, I'm not talking about self-managed tools like bringing up your own HashiCorp vault system on your own VM, where you need to get more people to manage it. Now, idea today is that because we want to offload security concerns to the cloud provider, in the same way where we are offloading our server concerns, by using serverless tools, offloading concerns to the cloud provider. So we want to have that benefit by using managed tools. That's why this is our main focus for the 4 solutions I have today. Okay, so with that established, let's talk about the first methodology or solution that I have for you, which is baking the secrets. But first, I want to mention, to put into focus this subtitle over here, which is that you probably shouldn't do this. This is a very quick and dirty way of getting secrets in our production environment. But usually, you'll only be looking into doing this at the start of you creating your application, where you need to experiment with some things, where your secrets are not exactly things that you can afford to have it. Basically, they are not important at that stage. There's no user information in the database, for example. Okay, so the concept of doing this is very simple. That itself, again, is we're not using any additional GCP tools. It's just a methodology. Okay, and yeah, the example of this is basically just putting the secrets in your application. So the example of how you can run through this, basically in your build environment, let's say if you're using Cloud Build, in your CI/CD pipeline, you can just put those secrets, when you create a Docker image, just put those secrets into that image. Okay, yeah, so as I mentioned here, copy the related files for the secrets into the image, and then deploy that image to production, be it using Cloud Run or App Engine. Okay, and with that, you're done. Okay, so looking at the advantages over here, a very straightforward advantage is no additional cost because you're not using any additional tools. And then it's easy to understand again because you're not using any additional tools. Okay, but these are really underwhelming advantages, when you compare it to the disadvantages, which is that if you look at baking your secrets into your image, one of the biggest problems is that when you're looking at Docker images, usually you are looking at application codes as certain versions. But by baking your secrets in the image, it means that you're also versioning your secrets into the application itself. So imagine if you have your latest version, Docker image version 0, and then you update your application code to version 1, and then maybe you have to update the another image again for when you're adding a new secret. And let's say if you need to roll back because there's some problem with version 1 of your secrets, instead of rolling back to version 0, you can't do that because the secrets that you just updated to version 2 of the image has been outdated. So you end up having to rebuild your entire new image with new secrets again, or the old code with new secrets again before you can deploy it and sort of do that rollback, which is not very good. As you have to control, let's say you control your web application to do a rollback, it makes your process to fix your application a lot longer. Okay, and bundling or coupling your secrets with your Docker images is especially a bad idea, especially if you have multiple environments, for production and development and staging. Now you need to build an image for every single environment. So it makes your pipeline itself, your workflow, a lot more hefty, and you end up having to refer to a Docker image for every single environment. And then with every single Docker image, your attack surface is increased. If you need to deprecate a certain secret that you're using, you have to go through all of your images. You need to deprecate all of them and then recreate all of the images so that you can support your current applications from using the images that they are currently using. So instead of having a centralized location to control secrets, you have to go to each of these Docker images. It makes it a lot harder to control. Okay, so we've established that baking your plain text secrets with your Docker images to run in your production environment is generally a bad idea. So we want to try and fix some portions of that. How about using key management service to fix some of the problems? Okay, so what exactly is KMS? Okay, KMS is a service for you to manage encryption keys and permissions. Permissions in this case to use these keys. So what can you use these keys for? You can use these keys to encrypt or decrypt or to do both. Okay, so authorized accounts will be able to perform any of these actions depending on what permissions you grant to them. Okay, and example of how you can put this within the workflow. First, you need to authorize accounts with these permissions first, and then you will maybe during the initialization of the application, you can decrypt these files that is baked within your image and use that for running an application. So let's say an encrypted .env file. You decrypt it before you run an application. So basically that's it. Again, a very simplified workflow. Advantages of using it. Basically, if you compare to our previous process, now your secrets are no longer in plain text. So even if your Docker image itself gets leaked out, someone pull the image from a registry and try and look at the image, it's not in plain text. So it doesn't have the same problem as our last methodology. But you see that there's still some problems that are there, which is that regardless of whether you're encrypting it or not, you're still coupling your secrets with your application in that version of the Docker image. And it's not scalable as we established before. Yeah, so we can see that using with baking with KMS is still a problem. So how can we fix this? How can we make it even more simpler, for us to use? Okay, that's where we started thinking about how about using KMS together with cloud storage. Instead of baking your encrypted files into the Docker images, why not put it in a bucket and pull it when you need it, like during the initialization process? Okay, so just to establish very quickly, cloud storage essentially is a file storage for you to use in GCP. And basically, you can just use create private buckets and save your encrypted files there. Okay, so how can this be used with your workflows and deploying your applications? You can use KMS the same way as before, authorize accounts for doing encryption and decryption. But after you encrypt the files, you push it to a private bucket that only your applications can access. And before your application starts, so as you're running through the Docker image, pull the file down from the file storage and decrypt it. Once you decrypt it, you can use it. For example, again, if it's like a .env file, you decrypt it and then you just use it as environment variables for your application. And the advantages for this, you still get the encryption benefits. It's much more scalable than before now because you are no longer coupling your secrets with your images. The secrets right now is in the bucket. It's part of your deployment process to pull the secrets and decrypt it before you run your application. So let's say in the production environment, you can pull from a different bucket from your development environment. But there's no need for you to rebuild your image for every single type of secret or different variant of secret for the different environment, making it a lot more easy. You just need one image for every single application version. But there are still some disadvantages when we compare this to our final method, which I'll introduce a bit later on. It being that you're now, instead of using just one tool, you're using 2 tools, 3 tools, using KMS, cloud registry, cloud storage, just to manage secrets. Why is it so hard to do one single thing where you have to use so many tools to do one thing? It makes the process very complex. And, for things like access control, you end up having parallel policies put in place. Like you have policies that you have to put for access control for whoever can download those files from cloud storage. And then at the same time, you need to also grant similar rights for the same accounts to decrypt those files. So it becomes a lot more unwieldy because you have to maintain like 2 sets of permissions. Why can't I just put in 1 set of permission to be able to retrieve the secret? So by doing this, the process becomes a lot more complex. So that's where we chance upon the inclusion of a new tool in GCP this year, which is Secret Manager. So Secret Manager itself solves a lot of the problems that we saw from the earlier methodologies and makes it a lot easier for us to manage secrets in our serverless applications. So just to introduce what exactly is Secret Manager, it's a managed solution for you to store and retrieve secrets. It's much more better than the other methods because you get, certain features for free. For example, versioning. If you need to version certain secrets at different numerical versions and have applications run only secrets at those versions, you can do that. Or you can also choose for your applications to always run the latest version. So it's very flexible to how you want to use it. An example of a workflow of how you use it. First, you need to add those secrets into your project. So I need to put in the name of a secret for a value that I want to add over here. Okay, and then you just need to save it. And you will save as the latest version. Okay, and for each secret, you need to give the permission to the accounts who have accessed it. So you can do it at many different levels. I think the most common one would be giving a service account or a user account read access on at the secret level, or you can give it at the project level if you want to let that account have access to every secret in the project. Okay, and to do that is basically you can just either use the console or you can use the gcloud CLI to do it. Slight variations in the gcloud CLI command. You can see over here gcloud secrets, and IAM policy binding or gcloud projects for the same command as well. Okay, so very simple for you to use. And finally, within the application code, you can either have a initialization level process where you can just pull all the information during your project initialization, the secrets I mean, before you run your application, or within the running of the application, you can have a cron job, or just pull the secrets directly when an API call is made on your server. Okay, so that can be done by using either the G-Cloud client, or you can make use of the SDKs that are already publicly out there. In the case of JavaScript, I'm running a Node.js server. I can use the Secret Manager SDK along with the Google APIs library that Google has already released for this. Okay, and you can just create very simplistic functions using those clients to retrieve those secrets. Okay, very simple. There are guides out there on doing this, and I'll demonstrate this later on. Okay, so advantages of using Secret Manager. Okay, this is a managed solution directly solving this problem. It's a centralized solution that you can use to manage your secrets. It makes it a lot easier for you to manage your secrets. And then, yeah, your access control is very clear-cut as well. You don't need to manage multiple access control policies. You just need to manage one set of policies for one set of secrets. Okay, and additional features like versioning comes along with this tool, making it a lot better to use. And finally, it's very flexible, very accessible. You can use it in multitude of different ways that you want. And yeah, it supports the two ways of retrieving secrets as I mentioned earlier on, initialization or during the running of the application. Okay, but there's still a few, small disadvantages, I would say. Because it's a new tool, you need to put in the time. I would like to say this is not a steep learning curve. In fact, it's a very easy to put this in place. But you just need to make sure that you use the right SDKs for getting the secrets in your application. Okay, and of course, important thing for security, make sure you set up your permissions and policies, the access control policies for using these secrets. Okay, let's go through a very quick demo of using Secret Manager. So I want to show you, basically this is my project that we are running for this Lucky Draw application. It supports both App Engine and Cloud Run. So actually, I can deploy this both with App Engine and Cloud Run right now. And you can see over here, we have the common things required for App Engine application, like the app YAML file. The common things you see in here, you can look up on the app YAML documentation, on what properties you can put here, like for scaling, minimum number of instances and maximum number of instances. Okay, but this is not the main focus. Okay, let me go back to. We are using the Docker file configuration. So that's required for both our App Engine Flex custom runtime as well as Cloud Run. Okay, so this file itself is required for both of them. And then we're using Cloud Build to run through the process of deploying the application. So if I make a change to this branch, it will trigger the process to build the application and then deploy them as part of my CI/CD pipeline to App Engine as well as to Cloud Run. Okay, so you can see over here, the first part is deploying the App Engine, the second part to Cloud Run. Okay. To show you, this is basically how it should look like in Cloud Build. This is like basically the output. So both of these stages are run in parallel. You can see the logs of what's running in place. Okay, so basically after the App Engine and Cloud Run, the deployment have successfully completed. You can see that you actually see this green check mark for each of the stages. So this means that the application has been deployed. Okay, so this is on the server side of things. Let's look at Secrets Manager right now. So for Secret Manager, basically you can just go under Security. You should see this Secret Manager option over here. I'm just going to show you a list of secrets that I have in my project today. Okay, so let's take a look first at the test secret, because I want to experiment a few things and show you guys about like how you can read the secrets from Secret Manager. So you have 3 versions of the secrets in test secret. Let me show you the secret value of each of them. So for version 3, I have hash 3 in there, and then for version 2 is the same thing, hash 2, and version 1, hash 1. Okay, so this shows that you can have different versions of different secrets. You can have your applications deployed and use the secrets at different versions if you need to, or you can actually use the latest version as you want. So let me demonstrate what I mean by this. Clear this first. Okay, so I have my sort of run book over here for the demo. So I'm going to copy this commands over here and put it in a try. So far I've shown you how you can get the secrets from the console. And how can you get the secrets from the client? You can run the command over here, gcloud secrets version, and then you try and access that version over here. Okay. So you can see that the first command is the latest version, the second one is 3, third one is 2, fourth one is 1. So this means that we should get the results 3, 3, 2, and 1, which you can see over here is exactly what we want, because the latest version is version 3. It will always give you the number 3. Or if I have a 4th version, it will give you a different secret. And then for version 3, 2, and 1, you should get the values that they are fixed at. Okay? So this is a very simple way of using a G-Cloud client to get the secrets. You can also bundle this in a shell script to retrieve the secrets if you want to. Okay, let's go back to, so how can I use this in the initialization of my application? As I said, a shell script, or maybe in my case, I actually wrote a JavaScript. I have a script that basically runs through and initialize my secrets over here. So just to demonstrate to you very quickly, make this a little bit bigger so you can see. So I'm going to run this command, get secrets. It will basically run this script innate.js to pull some of the secret files into my application. Okay, so to demonstrate to you, I'm going to delete away this file, .env file, and then I'm going to run a command to show you that the information is retrieved and placed within my environment. So this is in the development environment, but it's the same as the production environment as well. Okay, let me run that. And actually, I've already copied this. Okay, so while we're waiting for the script to complete, I want to show you what are the contents of that secret. So essentially, this is the, okay, let me just click into it. So yeah, this is the contents of this secret. Okay, this is not exactly secret value. I mean, it's kind of a weird thing to show secrets online, but it's not exactly a secret value, but just to show you how you can retrieve it as part of a script. Okay, so these are the values that we need to see in our .env file later on. Okay, I'm going to go backwards to our console. Okay, you can see over here that the process has been completed. Okay, let me go back to our editor over here. To open the file, and you can see that, yeah, this is exactly the same contents as we saw in the console. Okay, application credentials, project, and service account. Jump back here, it's the same thing. Okay, so yeah, that's one way of retrieving secrets as part of initialization of the application. But what if I want to retrieve it as part of a cron job, or as part of like an API call within the application? Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate that by showing you this debug secrets that I have. So firstly, just to establish, I have two secrets, one called debug secret 1, another called debug secret 2. Okay, so both of them are at version 5 right now. And the version 5 of debug secret 1 is that the value is hello world. Debug secret 2 is the same at hello world. Okay, and I'm going to retrieve these values as part of one of my routes called debug within my App Engine application. And I'll basically just display the secrets right away. Okay, so let me go over to my application. So I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. So this is the debug route. Refresh my page. You can see. So basically, it gave us the values that we want to see over here. Okay, but one important thing to establish here is that the for both of these secret values, debug secret 1 is always bound to version 5 of this secret. Okay, whereas version, okay, I'm going to close this. Whereas version secret 2 is always bound to the latest version. Okay, so now I want to experiment with adding, the values, secret values, and see if any of these two secrets will be updated. Okay, so let's go over here and this is the wrong one. I'm going to go to this and let's add a new version of this secret. So I'm going to put here hello DevFest, and let's do the same for debug secret 2 as well. Okay. So we get a version 6 for both of these secrets. Okay, so you can see over here, version 6 will be created, the same for debug secret 1. Okay, and just to show you, it's instantaneous. If I refresh this page, what we should expect is that secret 2 value should be changed to hello DevFest, whereas secret 1, which is bound to version 5, should not be changed. Okay, and as you can see, yeah, the values change. So this shows that you are able to grab the secret directly, even during the running of my application, without having to restart my App Engine or Cloud Run application. So these are a few ways of how you can use your secrets in your application. But again, just to mention for demonstration, of course, I'm showing this directly, but yeah, you shouldn't be displaying the secrets out there. Okay, so I hope you have found this useful. Okay, we have around like a couple of minutes left, so I just want to jump in very quickly on the comparison of these few methodologies. So just to show that for Secret Manager, is the most beneficial way for you to run your serverless application. Be it that it provides for a lot of things like the multiple versions for management of the secret. It's the fastest to deploy. As you see over there just now, I was able to refresh my page and get the secret immediately. Compatibility, you can use the client, the console, the API, SDK to retrieve your secrets. Very, very easy. And it's also easy for you to set in the access rights because everything is done in one single place. But cost itself is actually slightly different because, in fact, if you are using KMS, actually it might end up being a bit cheaper. Being that, for KMS, you can see over here, I actually use the calculator to get an estimate of the prices. For, let's say, if you're doing 3 deployments per day for 1 whole month, for KMS itself, the total operations, actually you pay a lot lesser, in fact, up to 100 times lesser. But in my opinion, this is actually a cost that we should bear because, for just $6, you'll be able to get all the additional security protocols that are already done for or updated by Google. And it doesn't scale up by the audience that you have, that you're using, that you have on your application. Okay, so I'm just going to jump very quickly to the end. The rest, I think, are just more extra stuff. Just to mention that, these are only 2 tools that we are using in, for 2 of the tools in the security and identity suite within Google Cloud Platform. There's a multitude of other tools, and you should definitely look into them if you have, if you want to offload your security concerns to the cloud. So definitely do check out their documentation over there at cloud.google.com products under security and identity. And I'm going to share this later on for the glossary over here. Okay, so just to advertise for my company very quickly, for Harbor, we are looking for many different engineers in different positions. So if you're interested, do send in your CV at this link over here. Okay, so yeah, with that, I've come to the end of my sharing over here. Yeah, I would love to take any questions. If you like, reach out to me, do check me out at any of these social links over here. And yeah, thanks for listening in. Hello.
Hi, Wei. Hello. So thank you for being our first speaker for the cloud track. So we've gathered some questions here. So first one, is it still worth managing secrets if you're working in a private repository?
Yes. Okay, I think the question itself is asking if it's okay to put secrets in your private repository. And I will say that is a very bad idea. I've seen cases where we have accidentally put in secrets in our GitHub repository, private, for example. And it took a long time for us to scrub that secret away from that GitHub history. Within the hash itself, anybody could visit that hash where the secrets were added, and you can still see that secrets in plain text over there. And the worst part is when people clone those repositories, certain engineers might not have access to those secrets, but they end up having access to being able to read them because they have access to that repository. So that itself, I would say, regardless of whether your repository is private or public, you should look for other tools to manage your secrets.
All right, thank you. Next question, please. So besides Node.js, is the process also possible on other backend technologies like Laravel, Django, etc.?
In my knowledge, I know that there should be a Python library for it as well. I've seen the Python Google's API library. So I'll say you can look up on the documentation. There's a number of languages that they provide for. But in the case that if you're not able to find the language that you're running, I would say write a simple script and run the gcloud client to get the information. I mean, the gcloud client can be installed in your Docker image. Anyway, let's say if you're running a Alpine Docker image, you can just install the gcloud client. And then when you're running the application in a serverless application, there will be service accounts already binded there as well to be able to run, for you to run those gcloud commands on.
Okay, so thank you for that. And third question, please. What other features would you like to see added in the GCP secret manager?
What other features? Wow. Okay, this is something I haven't thought of. So let me think of it very quickly.
Sure.
I think this very much itself, Secret Manager has sort of checked off a lot of things in my wish list. Back then, when I was using App Engine a couple of years before, we used KMS, and that means that we actually have to encrypt that file and save the file somewhere. With Secret Manager, it solved a lot of those problems. So at this point of time, I don't feel like I have like a wish list for Secret Manager. It's pretty awesome in its current stage. But if there's something, I probably would tweet about it. Yeah.
Okay. Fourth question. How would I remove a secret
Oh.
that has accidentally merged to the repo, including commit?
I think I might have written a blog post about this before. And so the first thing I would have to say is remove your remove that commit. Okay, wait. Let me rephrase that first. Removing that file from your repository is not enough because the hash is still there. To complete the whole process, first you have to identify, okay, the commit itself, is it done in the local repository? Has it been pushed to the origin itself, let's say on GitHub? If it's only in your local environment, okay, that's fine. Just remove away that commit locally. I think you just need to run like some git garbage control command to be able to clean it away once that's removed. But the moment you push it to the origin, that's where the problem starts. And in my case, we managed to solve it by writing into GitHub and telling them, specifically, we remove every single branch related to that commit. Please scrub away that commit from our history because it's basically a dangling branch as well. Like it's not linked to any of our current branches. So the surprising thing is that GitHub actually replied to me 3 days later. It was quite fast. So I would say, yeah, if that happened to you, you can try out this thing as well. Bitbucket, I think that under their regulations or their documentation, they mentioned that they do garbage control every few days, if I'm not wrong. You can check out their documentation, but that should be, on Bitbucket, it should be automatic. But I guess you could write in if it doesn't happen, like if that hash is still visible after a few days.
Okay, thank you for going to check on that one. Now, this next question, I think it will make you excited. What do you think is the future of serverless?
What is the future of serverless? This is another very challenging question. Serverless itself, I think serverless itself today is already in the mature stage already, where a lot of the infrastructure concerns have already been taken out. I think namely the scaling up and deploying of an application, those have already been taken care of by a multitude of different cloud providers, and especially in our case, Google Cloud Platform, where Cloud Run as a new way of containerizing our applications, you're able to deploy and scale up very quickly with them as well. But I think the future of serverless is if every single concern that we have today, in regards to running an application, can be bundled in one single place. We talk about using Secret Manager in terms of security concerns with running our application. I think this is probably where serverless can go to as well, by making it even more easier for application or companies that I work for to be able to create applications very quickly without having to worry about concerns like security and all that. Having all of that already catered for without having to use another tool. So maybe sort of like a one-stop tool where you can have every single advantage of running an application without worrying about security lapses or any other concerns like running IAP, for example. Yeah. Okay. So. Anyway, so yeah, regarding that future of serverless, I would say that would be what I would hope for in a way, and I do think that the trend would move towards there to make it easier. In fact, the idea of serverless is to have managed tools and make it easy for people to use. The companies should only worry about the products itself, being the application code.
Okay, hi, I'm gonna be like a proxy to Trisha. I think she got disconnected. But
No worries.
do we have still other questions? Okay. Can you dynamically, or is there a way to set your secrets across your images inside Kubernetes?
I would say yes, use Secret Manager. So as I mentioned or demonstrated just now, I'm able to make a change in the console. And as I reload that route, you could see that the secret value was changed immediately. So by using something like Secret Manager, you should be able to do it such that instead of initializing your secrets when before your application runs, uh, retrieve the secret as part of maybe a cron job or part of your API call. Maybe you need to retrieve a secret before running through some operations. So by doing that, you should be able to have those secrets update, within your application itself.
Mhm. Okay. We have still like last question or okay for the last question. Aside from accessing all your secrets in the secret manager, can you also monitor all interaction done in the secret manager?
Okay, so I think this is more referring to existence of a audit log. Okay, I'll openly admit that I have not checked the audit log in terms of whether for logs like this. But I think, yeah, this is interesting. I likely will check for it after this. So in GCP itself, there is a SS log somewhere within the console itself for every single tool that you can use within Google Cloud Console. So in my case, okay, because I'm not sure of this answer at this point of time. I'm going to check it in a bit. Probably I'll tweet out the answer later. But I would say, yeah, if you don't hear a reply from me, I would say do check out that log itself to see and make a few changes to the secret and see if you see the log from there. But I'll definitely check it out later on to see if it works.
Okay. So I think that's it. We're gonna if you guys still want to connect with Mr. Liu, you can connect with him. Like he flashed all the emails or necessary information for you to get connected with you, and then or you can also ping the GDG Philippines to connect with Mr. Liu. I think that's it. Thank you so much for your talk. That was very helpful, especially for those who are very interested in cloud. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, so that was exciting. And now let's proceed to our next speaker. He's going to talk about the event-driven serverless architectures using Knative and Cloud Run. He is a developer advocate at Google, focused on helping developers with Google Cloud. As a long time Java and C Sharp developer, he likes to compare the two ecosystems. Wow. Prior to Google, he worked at Microsoft, Skype, Adobe, EMC, and Nokia building apps and services on various web, mobile, and cloud platforms. And originally from the island of Cyprus, he currently lives in Greenwich of London, not too far away from the prime meridian. Everyone, I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Mite Atam.
Hello, everyone. My name is Meta Tamel. I am a developer advocate at Google, and today I want to talk to you about event-driven serverless architectures with Knative and Cloud Run. Now, before I start my talk, I want to let you know that I write about these topics on my blog at atamel.dev, and I tweet about them as well on my Twitter account, so feel free to follow me. And also, the presentation is already on Speaker Deck, and here's the link, so feel free to get the presentation as well. I'm also going to be showing demos throughout the presentation, and they're all open source and on GitHub. And I'm going to share the links of that as we go through the presentation. Now, as I mentioned, this talk is about event-driven service architectures with Cloud Run and Knative. But before we get into the event-driven part, first, I want to talk about serverless and containers in general. Then I want to get into what is Knative as a project and what it tries to do. Then Knative has two separate parts, Knative serving and Knative eventing. So I want to mention the Knative serving a little bit and just show you a little bit about that, because without that, we can't really understand the eventing part. And then finally, we'll get into Knative eventing and then look at what Knative provides for you to be able to write event-driven architecture. So we're going to start building towards Knative eventing. And towards the end of the presentation, I will show you an app that I built during the lockdown. And this app uses all parts of Knative, the Knative serving, Knative eventing, and hopefully that will kind of bring it all together. So that's our plan as we go throughout the presentation. Now, first, let's just talk about serverless briefly. Of course, depending on who you talk to, different people have different definitions of serverless. But actually, you can think of serverless in two different ways. The first way is the operational ways of thinking about serverless. Like, so how do you actually run code in a serverless way? And when you say you run the code in a serverless way, you basically usually mean that you don't have to worry about infrastructure. So you don't have to set up servers. You don't have to worry about the security of those servers, blocking the ports and things like that. And then you only pay for the time that you're using your service. So for example, if you deploy the serverless function, you only pay when people use your function, but you don't necessarily pay all the time like you would on a server or like a virtual machine. Another way of thinking serverless is the programming model. So when you're building serverless services, you usually mean services. So we are not talking about background jobs or big data processing or anything like that. They're usually service-based services that are usually triggered by an event. So this event could be an HTTP trigger, but it can be other things like pops-up messages or cloud storage events and things like that. And usually these services are stateless because these serverless frameworks or services, they are elastic, meaning they scale down to zero when no one uses them, so you have to pay. Then they scale up when a lot of people are using them. So when that happens, if you don't have the state, it's much easier to scale it up and down. So that's why this state is usually external. So that's what we usually mean by serverless when we talk about serverless things. At the same time, we have these other things called containers. The whole premise of containers is that you have your application. Your application has some dependencies on other libraries, and your application has some environment needs, like for example, it needs certain ports, things like that. And you define all of this, your app dependencies and environment into what's called a container. And then this container, it's basically a context that you can replicate on different environments. So whether you run the container locally on your machine or whether you run it in the cloud, you can rely on this context. So because of this, containers became really popular because it gives you this replicatable context that you can anywhere. It gives you a lot of flexibility. So you can choose any language you want. You can choose any library you want pretty much. And there's this huge ecosystem around containers where there are things like Kubernetes to manage containers. There's Istio to manage the traffic to your containers. There's other projects like Knative that we're going to talk about to run containers in a serverless way. So that's why containers became really popular. Now, when you look at it, up until recently, we had to make a choice from the beginning, right? If we start a project and if we can use a serverless service from a cloud provider, like Google Cloud Functions or AWS Lambda or Azure Functions or something like that, great, we can do that, and that will give us a lot of velocity because we have a lot of things that's done for us, so we don't have to worry about the details of how to run that service, how to scale it, and things like that. But at the same time, as soon as you run into a problem with the framework, you had to fall back to containers. And by problem, I mean things like the things that are supported. For example, if you want to run a certain language, like I don't know, like Rust or something else, maybe that's not supported in the framework that you want to use. So then you can use a serverless framework for that. So what people did is basically they went with serverless when they can, and they get the velocity with the serverless. But as soon as they cannot use it for whatever reason, then they would fall back to containers. And with containers, you get the flexibility, but then you kind of lose the velocity of serverless. So this was a really unfortunate choice that we had to make. But thankfully, the projects like Knative and Cloud Run, they try to kind of get rid of this choice so that you don't have to make this choice yourself. Knative, it's an open source project that was started by Google, but now it's fully open source and a number of companies are contributing to it as well. And the whole premise of Knative is to bring serverless to containers. So usually when we talk about serverless, we talk about serverless functions, but Knative tries to give you a way to deploy containers in a way that's serverless. And we'll talk about what this means as we go along. So that's Knative. It's open source. It runs everywhere there's Kubernetes, whether you run it on-prem or in the cloud. You can use it anywhere you want. But if you are running in Google Cloud, there's also two flavors of Knative called Cloud Run and Cloud Run on Anthos. These are managed version of Knative that Google provides. For example, Cloud Run, or it's a fully managed service that implements the Knative API. So if you're already on Google Cloud, it's probably much easier to use Cloud Run instead of installing Knative yourself. And also there's something called Cloud Run on Anthos, which is a version of Cloud Run that runs on Google Kubernetes Engine. So if you want to stay in Kubernetes ecosystem, or you want to be in Google Cloud, you can use Cloud Run on Anthos as well. In today's talk, I'm mostly focusing on Knative because it's the open source version that runs everywhere. But most of the things that I'm going to talk about, they apply on Cloud Run as well. So you can run them easier with Cloud Run if you're in Google Cloud. But we'll focus on Knative in this talk. All right, so what is the Knative stack? Well, first of all, you have Kubernetes at the bottom layer. So that's the platform where everything runs. Then on top of that, you need to install a gateway. So Knative, it doesn't try to solve networking problems, right? So it doesn't try to figure out how do you get traffic from outside to your containers. Instead, it relies on a gateway like Istio or others that you need to install yourself and configure yourself. And then once you have Kubernetes and Istio installed, you can install the Knative components. There's two components of Knative. One is Knative serving, the other one is Knative eventing. I'm going to show you serving, but our focus will be more on the eventing side. And then at that point, you can use Knative if you want. But as I mentioned, if you're in a cloud provider like Google Cloud, you might want to look into Cloud Run or Cloud Run on Anthos. And other cloud providers, they have their own implementations as well. So you might want to check what else is built on top of Knative to use that instead, because it will be easier. Now, let's look at the first part of Knative, Knative serving, so that we understand what that does, and then we'll get into eventing. Knative serving, in a nutshell, it tries to give you a way to deploy containers so that it acts like a serverless framework. And what I mean by that is that, normally when you want to deploy a container on Kubernetes, you need to create a pod. Then you need to create a deployment, Kubernetes deployment. Then you need to create a Kubernetes service to expose the deployment to the outside world. Then if you're using Istio for traffic management, you need to create a gateway to enable the port. Then you need to create a virtual service to connect the gateway to your Kubernetes service. So there's a lot of things that you need to do to get a container up and running. And then you also need to worry about scaling the container up and down, stuff like that. So it's not that easy. Whereas in Knative serving, what you do is you create a Knative service and you point to your container and you say, okay, this is my container. It's deployed on Docker Hub or Google Container Registry. And then Knative serving takes care of the rest. It deploys your container in a pod, but you don't need to define the pod. So it does that for you automatically. Then it configures the traffic so that the traffic goes to your pod. Then it sets up automatic scaling. So your pod automatically scales down to 0 after 60 seconds, and then it will scale up to n that you define. Then on top of that, you get configuration and revision management. So every time you deploy your container, you get new revision. And with that new revision, you can, if you have multiple revisions, you can do traffic splitting, or you can roll back to a previous revision. So in a nutshell, it gives you a much easier way of deploying a container, getting that container auto-scaled, getting the container traffic managed, getting its traffic managed, and then you also have a really easy way of getting some kind of revisions and traffic splitting with those revisions. Now, the Knative serving terminology is basically you need to know four things with Knative serving. At the top level, you have Knative service. This is separate from Kubernetes service, by the way. It's a higher level API, and it's a Knative service, and I'm going to show you some examples of that. So the service will have a configuration where you point to your container and other things like environment variables. Then you deploy your service and configuration, and that creates a revision, which is a snapshot of your current service and configuration. And then Knative also creates a route for you that points to that revision. So by default, the route goes to the latest revision. But then once you deploy multiple revisions, you can change this route to do traffic splitting, right? So Knative service at the top layer that has a configuration. With that, you got a revision, and then you have the route to point to that revision, and then you can do complicated routing if you want by changing the route definition. So let's actually look at some examples of this so that you know what I'm talking about. First of all, I want to point out that I have a GitHub tutorial called Knative tutorial, where I have this presentation, and I also show you how to install Knative. And then I have a lot of samples on Knative serving, Knative eventing, and also Tecton pipelines. So feel free to check it out. So I'm just going to show you some examples from this tutorial, but if you want to come back, this is the link for it. I already created a Knative cluster. So as you can see, I installed a Google Kubernetes cluster. I deployed Istio on top of that, and then I installed Knative 0.16, which is almost the latest version of Knative as of today, and I already configured it. So let's just double check that actually our Knative components are running. So if I go to my console, if I do kubectl get pods, and Knative gets installed into separate namespaces. So if I do Knative serving, these will be the pods for Knative serving. As you can see, they're running. And let's also make sure that Knative eventing pods are running as well. Yeah, so everything is up and running. So we're ready to deploy our first Knative service. Now, in this first service, what I want to do is I want to write a service where when it receives a message, it will just say, hello world with that message. So it's something very simple. Just to show you the code briefly, and this is, as I mentioned, this is all on GitHub. I have the code in C#, but you can write it in any language you want. So in this C# code, I am handling the GET request. When the GET request comes in, I look at an environment variable called target. If it's there, then I'll just say hello target. Otherwise, I will just say hello world. So the code is very simple. I create a Docker file for my container, and I service v1. So this is the first definition of my service. And in this definition, you can see that we are using Knative service, Knative API. So this is a Knative service. The kind is a service. The name is hello world. And then it will be deployed into the default namespace, but you can choose other namespaces if you want. And this is a definition. This is a configuration of my service. In this configuration, I am pointing to my Docker image that I pushed before the talk. And then I'm passing in the environment variable target v1, right? This is all I'm doing here. So let's deploy this and see what happens. But before we deploy, let me also watch something. So I'm watching Kubernetes pods, Knative service, Knative configuration, Knative revision, and Knative route. So all the things that I talked about, I'm watching. Right now, there's nothing right now. But now let's deploy the first service. So I'll just say kubectl apply service. Oh, sorry. Service v1. Now we are deploying the first version of the service. You can see that right away, Knative realizes that the service is deployed. So I have my service created. I have my configuration that's been created. A pod has been created and it's running. So I don't have to create the pod myself. The revision is being created. This is the first revision of my service. And then we also have a route that was set up to point to the revision. And Knative comes with a dummy nip.io domain that I set up, so I don't have to set up a fully configured domain. But now if I do a curl to that URL, you will see that it says hello v1, right? So our service is deployed, which is really easy. Now, if I want to do an update to the service, let's look at the second version of the service. In here, I am doing the same definition. I am using the same container, but I'm changing the environment variable from version 1 to version 2. So I'm doing a configuration change. So that's a change in the service. And then in the third version of this service, I'm doing something else. So I'm changing the image from version 1 to version 2, version 3. So in this image, I'm changing my message from hello to bye. So I'm doing a code change. And then I'm also changing the environment variable from version 1 to version 3 as well. So I'm doing a couple of changes here. So let's imagine we do these changes and let's see what happens. So let's first apply the service v2. So this is the configuration change. And you can see that Knative immediately realized that this is a new configuration, and it created a new revision for it, and then it created a new pod for it as well, and that pod is running. You also realize that the previous pod is terminating because we haven't used the version 1 for 60 seconds, so it's scaling down, right? That auto scaling is already set up for me. Now, if I do a curl again to the same URL, you can see that I see hello v2. So we did a configuration change. Now, in the version 3, let's deploy that as well. Remember, we did in version 3, we did more. We code change, we use a new container, but we also did a configuration change because we passed in version 3 as well. Now, in this case, again, the revision is updated to revision 3. We have a new pod running, and if you do a curl again, now it says by v3. So we did a configuration and code change as well, and we just deployed our new code. So you can see how easy it is to deploy new versions and get traffic sent to those revisions, things like that. As I mentioned, you can do traffic splitting and things like that in Knative. So let's look at an example of how to do that. First, what I want to show you is that you can give your revisions a predictable name. So for example, in here, you can see that our revisions, they have random names, like it's always hello world, but the name itself is dash something random. But you can actually change that. So if you go to your service definition, and then you just pass in this metadata name, you can name this revision. So right now I'm saying I want to name this revision version 1. And I'm going back to version 1 on my service. And then I'm also adding a traffic rule here. So I can change the traffic as well. So what I'm saying here is that I want this traffic rule where the current traffic will go to this revision that I just defined here, and it will be the 100% of the traffic. So all the traffic will go to this revision. And then I'm also defining that anything else will get no traffic. So if I deploy some other revision, it won't get any traffic. That's what I'm defining here. Now, let's deploy this. So I'm deploying back service 1, but it's with a name. So the difference in this case, you can see that we deployed it, and then now we have a predictable name for our service. This is the version 1. And then if I do a curl again, you will see that now the pod is being created because we scaled down, but now we are still going to version 3. But if I do another one, we are back to version 1. So we are back to version 1 with a predictable name. Now let's deploy a version 4. Now in the version 4, I am deploying the same container, but I'm passing the target version 4, and I'm keeping the traffic rules the same. So the traffic still goes to version 1. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deploy version 4, but it won't get any traffic. So I'm doing a silent deploy, actually. So let's do that and see how that works. So let's do version 4. And now we can see that I have the revision 4, version 4, that's been created. It also has a predictable name, and the version 4 pod is also being created. But if I do a curl to the same URL, it still says version 1, because we specify that version 4 should not get any traffic, right? So that's the difference here, is that version 1 is deployed, version 4 is deployed, but version 1 is the one getting the traffic. Now, if I go to this URL and then change this URL and add this latest dash at the beginning, now you can get to version 4. It says hello v4. So I did a silent deploy. I can test that silent deploy by going to a special URL. And once I'm happy that this version works, I can upgrade my traffic rules and let it get traffic. So imagine, let's say, you want this to get 50% of the traffic. Then all you need to do is you can go to your service and then just change the traffic rules of your service and say, okay, I want version 1 on my traffic to get 50%, and I want version 4 to get the other 50%. And anything else after that, let's say we have a version 5, it won't get any traffic, right? So that's what we are trying to do here. Let's do this as well before we wrap up the Knative serving. So I'm going to do version 1, version 4 split. So now we are not creating anything new here. So there's no new revision all we're doing is that we're updating the route, right, to do traffic splitting. Now, if I do a curl again, it says hello v4, add a curl. Now it's scaling version 1 up, and it says hello v1. So it will roughly be version 1 and version 4. So this is Knative serving. As I mentioned, it gives you a very easy way of deploying containers and kind of configuring traffic to those containers. And once I'm done, I can just say kubectl delete Knative service, and let's say hello world. And now the hello world service will be created, and everything about the service will be deleted as well. All right, so that's Knative serving. Now, the second part I want to mention is Knative eventing. And Knative eventing, all it tries to do is it tries to connect certain event sources to event consumers with certain delivery methods in the middle. So it tries to kind of connect different kinds of event sources to different kinds of event consumers with some kind of control in the middle that you can define how those events will flow in your system. These event consumers, they are usually Knative services, but they can be Kubernetes services as well. And the event sources and the event types, there's a lot of different choices here that we'll go through as well. And you also have a lot of choice on how those events get delivered to your services. Now, the terminology of Knative eventing is that, first of all, you have cloud events. So this is the format of the events that we'll talk about. Then you have event sources. So who's actually creating the event, or where are we pulling events from? These are the event sources. Then once the events get into your cluster, they go to somewhere called broker, which is, it's a place that gets the events within your namespace. And then from the broker, you want to send the messages to your services, but you define that through what's called triggers. And then finally, you have services receiving these messages, Knative or Kubernetes services. We'll go through these one by one and look at them in more detail. Finally, there's also channels and subscriptions, but we don't really need to worry about this too much. There are things that are created under the covers, but once in a while, you might need to look at them. So that's why I will mention them briefly here. Now, first of all, as I mentioned, the format of the events is cloud events. And cloud events, it's an open source eventing format from CNCF. So you can check it out in more detail at cloudevents.io. And these cloud events, they basically define a kind of high-level event definition, right? For example, when you look at cloud event here, it has its spec version, which is the version of cloud event. 1.0 is the version. Then the event type and the event source. These are the things that you need in any kind of eventing system. Then you have the typical things like the ID and the time of the event. And finally, the data of the event is the thing that holds the actual payload. So for example, in here, we are listening FTP, GitHub, Google Cloud Storage kind of events. They all come in, they all get converted into cloud events, and the data field will have the actual event that you're interested in. And then when the broker gets the event, he will get it in that format, right? And I should also mention that Cloud Events has SDKs to actually read and write events. So if you want to use them, you would start with SDKs. And Google Cloud also has libraries to parse this data field, right? So if you're reading, say, Google Cloud Storage event, you would use this Google Events libraries to parse that event as well. So that's the format of the events. But what kind of events we can listen? Well, basically, there's a lot of different kinds of events. So you can listen AWS events. You can listen Google Cloud PubSub events, Google Cloud Storage events. This is not the full list. You can check this link for the full list. But there's a lot of different event sources that you can install and list and pull messages in to your cluster. You can also write your own event sources. So if you have something custom that you want to read from, you can write your own custom event source. Now, once the event gets into your cluster by the event source, it gets to a broker. A broker, it sits in the namespace. For example, in this case, we have a broker in the default namespace. It has a default URL within the cluster. So people within the cluster, not people in the services within the cluster, they can send messages to this broker, and the broker will distribute those messages if you want. Or you can configure event sources to read the events and pass it to the broker. So it's a way to kind of get events into your namespace, and then from that namespace, you're going to distribute them to different services. And by the way, usually the worker is injected into your namespace. So you label your namespace with this label, namespace injected, and then that will kind of inject the broker into your namespace. Now, once you have the messages in the namespace, you create a trigger, and trigger defines what kind of events go to what kind of services. For example, in this case, we are defining a trigger, and then we are filtering on these messages, and the message type is Google Cloud Storage Object Finalized. So these are Google Cloud Storage events. And then the subscriber, it's a service, it's a Knative service that's called filter. So all the messages from Google Cloud Storage will go to a Knative service called filter. So that's the kind of things that you can do with the filter. And then finally, you have to define a service to receive the message. This is typically a Knative service, like I am doing here. But then if you change the API version from Knative API to Kubernetes API, it can be a Kubernetes service as well. It will just receive the event, and it will either consume the event, or it can also consume and reply to the event. And that reply will go to the broker, and the broker will kind of send it to other people with the other triggers for that message. And as I mentioned, channel is something that you don't necessarily define or change every day, but it's something that you need to think at the beginning of your eventing pipeline. Channel is the persistence layer. So as services go through your system, how do they get persisted or not? That's what channel defines. For example, in my demos, I'm using in-memory channel, meaning everything is in memory. So if something goes wrong somewhere, like if my broker goes down or if my service goes down, I'm going to lose the messages. But it doesn't matter to me because it's a demo. But in production, you probably want something more durable. So there are things like Kafka channel, there's Google Cloud PubSub channel. These channels you configure, and then you set them as default channel to your broker, so that by default broker uses these channels instead of the default in-memory channel. And then there's subscriptions. These are kind of things that get created under the covers. So when you create a channel, and then when you have services connected to that channel, then behind the scenes there's subscriptions that's been created. Triggers also, they create subscriptions behind the scenes. You don't necessarily have to worry about this so much unless you're using old way of sending messages. And I'm going to mention this as we go along on how we deliver messages, but it's not something you typically need to worry about too much. All right, so we defined the building blocks of Knative eventing. Now let's look at how you can actually send messages through your system, and what kind of methods you have for that. There's actually a few different ways, and I kind of grouped them in different headers. First is the simple way of sending messages. Second is the complex way with an optional reply. And the last one is broker trigger delivery. Usually, broker trigger delivery is the one that you should care about. The rest of them, they don't really have anything more than broker trigger delivery provides. But I want to mention them as well because they might be useful in certain use cases. But typically, you would just inject a broker and create triggers from it, and that should be enough for most use cases. But let's go through them anyway, just to take a look. Now, in simple delivery, you basically have an event source, and then you will have a service, let's say a Knative service, and you just connect them together, right? It's the simplest way of sending a message from source to sink, in this case, a service. This is simple, meaning there's not much to worry about, but at the same time, it's very limited. First of all, you can only do one-to-one, so you can have one source to one service. And secondly, there's no way to do to change the event the event persistence, right? Because here, if the source goes down or if the service goes down, this message goes down. There's nothing in the middle that will kind of persist the message for you, right? So it's for very simple use cases where you don't really care about what happens to the message, and you just want to connect source to service right away. It's for that. It can be useful, but the use cases are very, very limited for simple delivery. Now, if you want to do one-to-many, then you need to start thinking about channels. So in this case, you have a source, and you have a couple of services that wants to receive that message. Now, instead of connecting source to the service directly, what you need to do is you need to create a channel. This can be an in-memory channel or Kafka channel or whatever kind of channel you want. And then from that channel, you need to create subscriptions for each service. And then when a message comes in, it will be fanned out to multiple services. This is more complicated in the sense that you need to create these channels and subscriptions manually yourself. But it gives you more things, like it gives you fan out, first of all, so you can fan out messages, but it also gives you a way to persist messages at the channel if that's what you want. Now, these services, they can also reply back to messages. So in this case, for example, we have source sending messages to a couple of services, and then service 2 replies back with the message, right? So when it receives a message, it will reply back. Then you can route that message to the subscription, then it goes to the subscription, and then from then you can route it to another channel, and then that channel can go to another service, right? So this is more complicated, but it allows you to do more complicated architectures this way, which is good. But at the same time, it's also kind of getting hard to set things up, right? So here, for example, we had 3 services, and we need to create 2 channels, and we need to create 3 subscriptions, and we need to make sure that everything is hooked up correctly. So it can easily get out of hand if you have, like, say, tens of services. It can be easily, like, you can easily kind of get confused in different channels and subscriptions and things like that. So that's why we have this thing called broker triggered delivery, and this is the latest way of setting up messaging in Knative, and it's the one that I recommend. Now, in this model, what you do is that you have your source, and then you inject a broker into your namespace, and by default, source sends messages to your broker, and then from the broker, you create triggers. So each service kind of specifies what kind of messages I'm interested in from the broker. So service 1 and service 2 will say, I'm interested in this kind of messages. And then each service can reply to the message. So in this case, service 2 is replying to the message. But then because of these triggers, they filter these messages. So when the service 2 replies to this message, it doesn't go to service 1, because service 1 will only get this kind of messages. Then service 3 will get the red messages, because that's the type of trigger it has. So when you look at this, actually, it's the same use case. So what we are doing here and what we're doing here is the same thing, but here it's much easier to set up, because all you need to do is inject the broker. So you do that once in the namespace, and then you just create triggers with the broker. So this is a much easier way of kind of setting up eventing in Knative eventing. All right. And then what I want to mention, well, first of all, I need to mention that I have, if I go to my Knative tutorial, I have examples of this simple delivery, complex delivery reply, and broker triggered delivery as well. So all of these, you can run examples of them as well if you want. But I'm going to show you a more complicated example shortly. So because of that, I want to show these examples right now. So let's just talk about one more thing, and then we'll look at a more real-world example of how to set things up. Now, as I mentioned, Google Cloud has different kinds of event sources to read Google Cloud sources into Knative. These are all defined in a project called Knative GCP project. And in this project, there's a number of event sources. There's, for example, Google Cloud PubSub source. That's for reading PubSub messages into Knative cluster. There's Google Cloud Storage source to read Google Cloud Storage events into your cluster. There's scheduler source to kind of create Google Cloud schedules that run on a certain schedule and call certain services. So you can set that up with Google Cloud Scheduler source. So these are very useful, basically, if you're in Google Cloud and if you want to read Google Cloud sources, you can install, and then they let you read these events in an easier way. And that's what I'm going to use in my demo that I'm going to show you. Now, this demo that I want to show you, it's a BigQuery processing pipeline. And what I wanted to do is that, I'm based in London, and we started having lockdown in mid-March. We all started working from home. And at the time, COVID was a new thing, so I was checking the number of cases in London, every day, at 4 or 5 p.m., I would check out and see what were the numbers for the day. So after like a week or two, I thought to myself, instead of me checking these cases by myself, why don't I build a pipeline that would check these numbers for me, and then it would send me an email every day at a certain time with the latest numbers, and maybe it will send me a chart as well. So I basically wanted an easy way to see the numbers for every day without me having to check for it. So that's when I started building this pipeline. So the way I built this pipeline is kind of like this. First, I said to myself, okay, how can I get this data? Where can I get this data? And in Google Cloud, there's something called BigQuery. BigQuery is a data warehousing solution. And the good thing about BigQuery is that it comes with lots of public data sets. And one of those, not one, but a few of those data sets is related to COVID. So what I did is first I built a service called Query Runner. This is a Knative service that will go to BigQuery, and it will ask BigQuery using the COVID data set, what are the number of cases for this country in the last month or so, right? So it will query that, it will get that data, and it will save it to a temporary table. You can create temporary tables in BigQuery, so I will ask to BigQuery and save it to a temporary table. So that was my service number one. But I wanted this service to be triggered on a schedule, so I used Google Cloud Scheduler to trigger that service once a day at 4 p.m. for United Kingdom, for example. Now, once I make this query and save it to a table, I send a custom event. So I reply back to broker and say, okay, I run a query. So I just reply back with a custom event that goes to another service called Chart Creator. It's a Python service that will read this table, and it will create a chart from it using Matplotlib library, right? So it will read this table, create a chart, and it will save it to a Google Cloud Storage bucket. And then I set this bucket so that when an image is saved here, a chart is saved here, it will call another service called Notifier, which is another Python service that will use SendGrid to send me an email. And it will say, okay, there's a new chart created in the storage. Here's the link to go and take a look, right? So the good thing here is that it's event-driven. So the scheduler triggers the event, and then that triggers the whole chain. But none of these services, they know each other. The query runner just runs the query, then sends a message back to broker, and then that goes to chart creator. All it does is, it kind of just reads the table and creates the chart, so it doesn't know that there's a query runner. Similarly, Notifier, all it cares is that there's a new chart in the bucket, so it gets a notification of that. So the whole thing is loosely coupled, event-driven, and in the end, I get an email at the end of the day. So let's actually look at this in detail. So first, let me show you the code, not the code, but the configuration at least. And the code is on GitHub, by the way. So if you look at BigQuery, first what I need to do is I need to create scheduler sources. So in Knative, there's, as I mentioned, in Knative GCP project, there's different sources. So in this one, I'm saying I'm going to use Cloud Scheduler source, and it will be triggered every day at 4 p.m. And it will send a message to the broker with this data, and the data is United Kingdom. And my broker will pass this to my query runner, and query runner will get this United Kingdom data, and it will say, okay, I'll ask BigQuery what's the numbers for United Kingdom is. So that's my scheduler source. Then the storage source is my charts. Once I save my charts, after the chart creator saves the charts, it will send a message to the broker, and the broker will get the notification that there's a new chart in this bucket, right? So these are a couple of my sources. If you look at the query runner, the code itself, we don't have time to go through it, but basically it gets the cloud event. So this is the event reader that I created. It gets the cloud event, then it extracts the country from it, then it runs a BigQuery job job, and then once it does that, it sends a message back to the broker that I ran this job, and there's a new table. But the interesting thing is to look at the Knative service. So the Knative service is the query runner that just points to the query runner container, and the trigger, it triggers on filtering on job scheduler. So it only looks for Cloud Scheduler events. So only triggers on the Cloud Scheduler events, right? So that's query runner. Then after that, it goes to chat creator. And chat creator, we don't have to look at the Python code, but if you look at the trigger, the chat creator will only look at the query completed custom message, right? So this is a custom message that the query runner will emit, and then it will go to this chat creator. And then similarly, notifier will only trigger on object finalize. So whenever there's a storage bucket update, it basically will emit this storage object finalize event, and this is what the notifier will get, right? So let's actually set this up and see if it works. So let me get out of here and go to eventing, processing pipelines, BigQuery. Now, I think I can get rid of this. Okay, so let's make this a little bit bigger. All right, so let's first create the scheduler source UK. So this creates the Cloud Scheduler source for UK. And then let's also create the storage source so that when we save the charts, we get those events as well. And then we will get into query runner, and then we'll create the Knative service and then the Knative trigger for that. And then let's do the same for chart creator. And then let's do the same for notifier. All right. So if everything goes well, we can look at our services. So you can see that we have 3 services that's been created. And then we can look at the triggers that's been created. And the triggers that are being initialized, they will talk to the default broker. And I already have a broker injected into my namespace. So the default broker is there. And let's also look at Cloud Scheduler source. So this is the thing that will trigger the events. And then Cloud Storage source is the thing that will trigger storage events. So everything seems to be set up. Now we can wait till 4 p.m. for it to be triggered, but we can also manually trigger this event. So if I do gcloud scheduler jobs list, we can see that there's a job that's been created that will trigger at 4 p.m. But let's actually trigger this ourselves. So if I do jobs run and then pass in the ID, this should trigger the job now. And then now the whole event chain is being initialized. So if everything goes well, this will go to the query runner. Query runner will actually run the query. And if you actually look at the logs, you can see that we have the services running. So let's just take a look at the logs of query runner. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the query runner is actually terminating because they scaled down, right? So if I look at pods again, you can see that they scaled down. So I couldn't see the logs, but I think the whole thing ran. So if I look at my email, you can see that I got an email, a new chat from BigQuery pipeline, and if I open it, I have a link to a chart. A new chart is available. Let's just take a look. You can see that I can see the COVID cases in United Kingdom. That I get the chart, from the beginning of March till today. So that's it. Hopefully this was useful to you. As I mentioned, the presentation is already on speaker deck, so feel free to get it there. My Knative tutorial on GitHub, it has many more samples than I showed you today. Hopefully the sample that I showed you was useful and you have an idea on how Knative works. Also, as I mentioned, Knative, if you want to run Knative on Google Cloud, you probably want to use Cloud Run. And I also have a Cloud Run tutorial on GitHub for that as well. So feel free to check it out. Thanks for listening. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter. I'll be happy to answer it. Thanks very much.
Hello, Mr. Atamal. Thank you so much for being with us today. That was an amazing cloud topic. And now I guess we have questions from our viewers. For the first one, how do we deal with the cold start type present in all serverless services?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for having me. It's always great for me to speak at DevFest. And just to let people know, I spoke at my first DevFest in DevFest Philippines 4 years ago. So it has a special place for me. Yeah, so, okay, so the question is, how do we deal with cold start times? So for those of you who might not know, in serverless, cold start is an issue where you have your function or you have your container that scales down to 0, and then the first user comes in, and then it takes a little bit of time for that function or container to wake up and respond, right? So this is also an issue in Knative and Cloud Run because it scales down to 0. But how do you deal with it? First of all, it's a less of an issue in Knative and Cloud Run, and the reason is that in both Knative and Cloud Run, it can handle 80 concurrent requests at the same time, right? In Google Cloud Functions, for example, it's one-to-one. Every request has to be handled by a new function. So every time there's a request, there's a new function that needs to start. Whereas in Cloud Run, the container can handle 80. So you don't have that many startups per se, because you probably have the container already running that's handling other requests. So it's less of an issue. But in the case where no one is using your application and the service actually scales down to 0, then you will see the cold start issue. There's 2 ways of dealing with this. One is try to make your containers as small as possible so that with a small container, it can start up faster. So that's number 1. It doesn't get rid of the issue, but at least it minimizes the issue when it happens. And the second thing is that in Cloud Run, there's actually a new configuration called min instances. This min instances, it basically specifies the number of container instances that you want to set as minimum. And if you set that to 1, that means there will always be 1 container running. So it won't scale down to 0. And with that, you won't have cold start issue because you will have your container up and ready, waiting for requests. But you have to keep in mind that with min instances, you are not scaling down to 0, so you will pay for that 1 instance running at all times. So it's a compromise, right? So you can set that, but you will have to pay for the container.
All right. So for another question, should we use Knative on projects of all sizes, or is this only useful for certain apps?
Well, that's a good question. So I guess first my answer would be, if you can use like pure cloud functions, like Google Cloud Functions or AWS Lambda or something like that, just use that because it will be easier, right? In Cloud Functions, you just write a function. You don't have to deal with containers. You don't have to deal with Knative, setting up Knative, all that kind of stuff. So if you can use pure functions, use that. But if you cannot use pure functions and you need to run containers, that's when I would look into Cloud Run and Knative. I wouldn't use Knative as is, unless you run your services on-prem. So if you're running on Google Cloud, for example, using Cloud Run is much easier because Cloud Run is the managed version of Knative, and it will be much easier to use. But if you need to run something locally, or if you need to run it in some other cloud provider, then that's when I would look into Knative. And I guess the other thing is that it depends on the workload as well. So Knative and Cloud Run, they're serverless, and they're for services where you want to scale up and down depending on the traffic. But if you have if you have, let's say, like a web front end where there's a lot of users at all times, then it doesn't really make sense to use Knative or Cloud Run because you don't need to scale up and down that much. You just need to run your web app. So for those use cases, something like App Engine is probably better. So it depends on where you want to run your code and how does your workload look like, whether it's like elastic or whether it's like a web kind of application.
Okay. Do we still have like last one? Okay.
Yeah.
If you were to nitpick, what things can Knative improve on?
Okay, so what can we improve in Knative? I guess one thing that Knative can improve is its installation. Actually, if you go to my GitHub tutorial, I have a setup section, and in that setup section, I have scripts to set Knative on Google Cloud. And it's not too complicated, but it's not too easy either. It's because you have to install you have to create a Kubernetes cluster, you have to install Knative serving on top, you have to install Knative eventing on top, then you have to install event sources, then you have to set up authentication with those event sources. So there's a lot of steps that you have to do. I made this automated, but I wish there was an easy way with Knative where you can just say, give me a Kubernetes cluster with everything set up already for me, and it would just work. I guess Cloud Run is kind of that. Cloud Run is the service that does all that behind the scenes. But for people who want to run Knative as is, I think the installation process could be simplified and more automated.
All right. Okay. For another one, is there a way to test all the interactions happening in Knative eventing?
Interactions in Knative eventing. I don't think there's no tool that I know of where you can say, here's a message that coming into the system, and let me trace the message within the system. I think that's what they're asking here. What I do is I just look at logs. So for example, like if I have an event source, like say Google Cloud PubSub event source that's reading PubSub events, then I check the event source pods and see if the event is received. Then it goes to the broker. I check the broker logs. Then from then on, I just check my service logs, and that's how I kind of keep track of things. But I don't know a tool where you can see the whole interaction in an easier way. I don't think so.
All right. For the next one, I guess we still have one. Okay. How can you secure your credentials in your pipeline, especially when dealing with your backend?
Secure your credentials. Well, I think the previous talk should help with that, right? It was about security management.
Yeah.
These services, they are Knative services, which at the end of the day, they're nothing special. They're just HTTP servers running in a container. So whatever you do to secure your HTTP services in your own environment, it will be the same in this case. I don't think the fact that we are doing this within Knative and the fact that it's event-driven doesn't change that. So whatever the best practices are for securing your services that the previous speaker talked about, I think they also apply here as well.
All right. I think we still have last one. Okay. What is more suited for multi-layer architecture, Knative or Cloud Run?
Well, Knative and Cloud Run, in my mind, they're the same thing. They provide the same kind of constructs for building container-driven services. The difference between Knative and Cloud Run is how they are managed. In Knative, you create a cluster and you install things and you manage the cluster yourself and you manage the Knative component yourself. So it's more hands-on per se. But it's hands-on, but you can run it anywhere you want. But then Cloud Run is much more managed. You just say, here's my container deployed, and then all this stuff that needs to happen is already done for you, but it runs on Google Cloud, so you're limited there. So that's the only difference between Knative or Cloud Run. So I wouldn't say one is better than the other. It just depends on where you want to run your code and how managed you want it to be. If you want things to be fully managed and you're okay with running on Google Cloud, just go with Cloud Run and forget about Knative. But if you want to stay in open source and you want to make sure that you can run your code anywhere you want, than staying Knative, but it's just going to be a little bit more work to maintain and run it. That's the only difference.
Okay, so I hope for the viewers that clarifies things. I guess that's it. Thank you so much, Mr. Atamel, for your time here. This is your second time here having a talk at GDG so we're so happy we're having you back. And yep, I think that's it.
Thanks very
Thank you
much.
so much.
Yeah, have a good day.
All right, so we're gonna have our next speaker. They are one of our sponsor. So let me introduce him first. He is the senior group leader of success pilots at Cloudstaff. Cloudstaff provides world-class outsourcing solutions for real estate, accounting, development, commerce, health, and many other industries. Today, Cloudstaff employs over 2,000 staff and contractors across 6 different locations. Wow. So everyone, Mr. Ryan Pamintuan, together with Miss Nathaniel Kaibiran, Head of Recruitment of Cloudstaff, Miss Modu of Cloudstaff Recruitment, and Mr. Nico Jan Santos of Cloudstaff Recruitment.
Hi, everyone. First of all, good afternoon, and thank you for spending a bit of time with us today. It's a Sunday, it's the Lord's Day, and I appreciate your time. And I guess just to give you an overview of what we're going to be talking about over the next 30 minutes, your time with us. 15 minutes of that, or maybe up to about 18 minutes, it's going to be spent with me, and it's a little bit of sharing. I guess the topic today is pretty much to share with you guys what we did during the pandemic, how we were able to sustain and still grow despite what had happened, and share with you how we have helped continue to help our clients and also our partners, being able to help them sustain their business and grow them, and then also share some of the struggles that we faced with the hopes of you guys learning from them also, and also inspiring you, and share with you guys how we were able to overcome them. And we'll also be talking a bit about our future, what we think it's going to look like, how we're looking to prepare. And also at the end of this, I hope you stay until the very end. We'll share with you guys what's in demand in terms of the developer industry. So if I could just start sharing my screen, give me a second here. Let me just open it up. Alrighty. And I hope you guys are seeing that okay. Looks like it's loading. So again. Alrighty. So let's dive right into it, guys. Okay, as we all know, on March 14, the Philippine government actually declared that there's going to be an extended quarantine. On that same day, at about 8 p.m., the Cloudstaff team, facilities, HR, account management, everybody, even with the help of our execs, we started to move close to about 2,500 staff from working at the office to working from home. And we're very, very proud of the fact that in about 48 hours right after it was announced, we were 97% operational. A lot of people have asked us what we did. And looking back, I think we can attribute it to 3 main things. And for us, that's preparation, number 1, teamwork, number 2, and some good old-fashioned good luck. So in terms of preparation, well, I think nobody in the world really prepared or was prepared to face the global pandemic. But one thing with Cloudstaff, good thing about us is we don't have any servers in any of our sites, in any of our offices. Everything is done through the cloud. It's all stored in the servers of Azure, HK, or AWS in Singapore. So with all the logistics and everything that has happened in transferring 2,500 staff, the challenges was really the CPUs, the laptops. No servers were needed to be transferred. All right, and then also, I guess with the other things that has happened, in our 10 years of operation, we've had a good number of learnings. One of the most recent one, when we had that earthquake last year, one of our major sites was actually had to stop operations. And our current BCP plan during that time showed us that there were a few issues that we weren't prepared for. So we were able to learn from that. And this time around, when things happened in March, we were more prepared, and we got through things much smoother. And also with Cloudstaff, we don't really share any PCs. We try not to share that, and the main reason for that is for security reasons. We all know that CPUs are not cheap, and in fact, right now, CPUs, laptops, anything computer related, it's very, very hard to purchase them. But since early March, we've continued to buy laptops. So we're shifting from actual CPU units to laptops because we feel that they're more flexible. And I'll talk to you a little bit more about flexibility later on. Also, with Cloudstaff, we have an internal system called Buzz. It's good old-fashioned SMS. In case internet is down or it's slow, we can still send information or important announcements to our 2,500 staff. All right. When it comes to teamwork, I think this was about March, where we did a workshop for certain teams to allow them to work from home full time. And there was a good number of learnings from there. One of the teams that worked on it was a payroll team. And in fact, they said that they couldn't work from home. So what we did was we sent them Cloudstaff configured laptops. And I guess you can say that the rest is history, because they have been able to do all of their tasks, even at the comforts of their homes. And in terms of good luck, I think it was about 2 years ago when our employee engagement team ran a promotion that offered discounts on fiber connections with one of the major ISPs. And because of that, over 66% of our staff have had fiber connections. So the transition from working from the office to the home was much, much smoother. And best thing about it is, since it's a fiber connection, it was more reliable and more stable. Right? So we all know that we've had to all adapt, whether we liked it or not. And in general, I think a lot of people have been able to adapt. Cloudstaff is one of them that has been able to adapt. And we foresee also that this new normal, again, it's going to be permanent. It's not going away anytime soon. And working from home is definitely going to be something that's going to be included in our future programs. So we've had to enhance some of our systems. I hope you get what I'm trying to say, and you see that a lot of the things that I'm presenting to you here, they're all internally developed. Just in case you didn't know, we have close to about 80 developers in-house working, maintaining these systems. So one of them is Staff Central. And we've added a small feature that allows staff to say if they're working from home or if they're working at an office hot desk, right? This gives us exact numbers of whoever is at the office or whoever is at home. And this is something that's good for OH&S and of course for fire safety. PS Floors, which is very closely related to Staff Central. Again, it's a monitoring tool. This one, by knowing where our staff are all around Pampanga and in some areas in Manila and also in Makati, Ortigas, we were able to determine some of our transport routes that helped staff to get to the office when they needed to. Right? We also came up with a 20-point plan that basically educated cloud staffers on different safe practices. Some of them may be some general, you see them in other programs, but there's a good number of bits there that are actually for Cloudstaff specifically, and with the use of Cloudstaff systems. We understand that for the staff that need to be at the sites, at the offices, safety is their top priority. Right? We're also piloting a program that we're calling a Cloudstaff Bike Valet. In a nutshell, this is adding 100 bicycles, and we'll give it to staff through a salary sacrifice program. And some sites will have a dedicated valet spot, whereas in staff ride to work, leave it with whoever's manning the valet site. That person will then take safe keep the bicycle, Staff goes to work. After work, just picks it up and heads on home. And by doing this, what we do is we reduce the reliance on public transport. Right, and the future of our offices too. We're going to be going away from the big floor plans, so it's going to be a lot of smaller business suites. We imagine it's going to be about 6 to 8 staff for each. And the best thing about it is it's each one of them. They're going to have independent air conditioning. All right. So, for example, a client of ours would have about 60 cloud staffers. Then that client will then get 10 suites with just interconnecting doors. Right. As I mentioned to you, flexibility, it's very closely related to adaptability and adapting to this new normal. So we've launched a program called Office Flex. Again, it's the ability to work from home or the office, different programs here and there. It all depends on what the client wants and what the staff is capable of. And during the early iterations of this, we've had a lot of success and a lot of great feedback. So it's something that we're definitely going to use going forward. All right, so I mentioned to you that we're going to talk to you guys a little bit about the future, share a little bit of our insights on what's going to happen. There are going to be a good number of companies that are going to continue to struggle. There's no getting away from that. In fact, a lot of businesses, they're never going to be the same, and some will fail. But but for us, we feel that if you're able to work through the cloud, then chances of success is going to be really, really good. When it comes to COVID and how it has affected the developer industry, we feel that COVID has actually been a good thing for the industry. It has catapulted us and many companies forward for more digital transformations. So the demand for developers, it's higher than ever. Our customers, they're hiring more developers. They're also keeping a hold of them. And one of the other best things, if there's a developer in this room right now, salaries are going up. Salaries are going up. So with that, I believe that the next part of this talk, this time with us, is from our talent acquisition team that will kind of talk to you about these different roles. But I think prior to that, we have a short video that we're going to be playing for you guys. So Estelle, if I can give it back to you for the video.
Are you one of those code geeks who lives and breathes codes? If you think you can code ahead of the rest, this is the best time to join Cloudstaff. Cloudstaff is home to many of the industry's best developers for iOS, Android, WordPress, Magento, UI UX, .NET, Java, C++, Angular, C#, ERP, Python, PHP, JavaScript, and full stack. Whether you're into developing your own apps or creating custom software business solutions, Cloudstaff is a place for you to hone and grow your code career. Come along and join our band of rockstar developers here at Cloudstaff. Send us your application now.
There you go. Hi, everyone. Good
Hi,
afternoon.
good afternoon.
Thank you. So, yes, for today, we're going to discuss. I have a few minutes of time with you guys, so we'll make the best out of it. So, we're just going to discuss the top 5 industries poised to thrive post-pandemic. Also, we're going to talk about the top 9 hottest jobs during the pandemic, and we'll tackle a few more about the 5 skills that will be in demand in a post-pandemic world. So, let me just try to share the screen. Not sure if you're seeing it right now. There you go. Okay, so today we're going to talk about the top 5 industries poised to thrive in the post-pandemic. So together with me is Mo, one of our recruitment specialists. There you go. Handling tech roles. So yes.
All right, so let's start ahead. First, we have collaboration technology. This is one of the top industries poised to thrive in this pandemic. Even after the pandemic, this is expected to thrive as well, right? Nowadays, we see and feel the effects of on how we use collaboration technology, right? Nowadays, how this is enabled. This is collaboration technology right before our eyes, right? In the work setup and education setups as well, this is already used, right? So we see how this is thriving. So it's it would be wise to invest in this nowadays. When the pandemic started, actually, we've already noticed the rise in share prices. For example, with Zoom, with Slack, yeah, they have observed a great rise on that one already. So yeah, we see the great impact in terms of the rise of this technology, right? Or in this industry. And then I think next we have remote learning. As I've mentioned earlier, very useful nowadays is the use of the internet, right? And part of that, this enables the use of this facilitates online learning, correct? For the students and also for the professionals, we are able to access education using our laptops, our computers. So we are able to. We don't have to. Sorry, Nico, you
Yeah,
have.
and I think this is the greatest time for us to actually, proceed with remote learning, right? Specifically with this kind of
Correct,
times, we have the luxury of time to actually, attend online learning sessions where we can actually learn a lot of new stuffs and upskill our current skills and be the best
correct,
version of what
correct.
we are right now.
Yes, yes. All right. And then which one do we have next? Healthcare, of course. Because of the pandemic, this is very much thriving nowadays. So we see how it's rising for the patients, for the professionals, and even for business people, since they are investing in finding a cure, expanding the healthcare facilities to accommodate more patients and um treat those patients, COVID patients, right? So what else can you add here, Nico?
Not only that, I think
Mhm.
currently we also have some companies running on online platforms for their healthcare services, where you
Correct,
just
correct.
log
Mhm.
in. I actually tried that one. I logged in on a website, and then a doctor was there talking to my mom about certain medical stuffs that needs to be taken care of, which is really amazing and an advancement in the field, right? So I think the next one that we have is online gaming, which I love really the most.
Right.
This has a lot, right, Mo? And we can see it online game platforms and also web-based gamings. It has been, really. We, it went to the roof. It's only not for leisure anymore, but also it became somehow a source of income as well for certain
Correct,
individuals.
correct. We
Streaming
have a
is
lot of boomers nowadays, right?
there. And then for the next slide, we have automakers. Since going out has been really a struggle to everyone, this
Correct.
this is one of
Mhm.
the industries that really is poised to thrive a
Right,
lot,
right.
right?
Because we are at the risk of being exposed to the virus when we go out. So people are hesitant to go to or have public transport nowadays. So they resort to availing their own modes of transport, right? So car sales are rising. Hence, the production of cars as well is rising, correct? So do we have anything else next?
I think
Okay.
that's
Yeah,
it. So
next we have the top 9 hottest jobs during the pandemic. Of course, since we've heard about the industries that are rising, we have particular jobs that will rise as well. First one we have here the front end developer. So in here, these are professionals that are in charge of the design and implementation. They also work on the web interface and internet application. And then the key skills that are required here are, of course, communication, since you would be dealing with the stakeholders, teammates within the development team, and also design skills, of course, to manage the front end and your technology skills, right? I think hot skills here are, of course, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, WordPress, and the like. Of course, we have a lot of those, Angular, React. So if you have those skills, go ahead and apply with Cloudstaff Philippines. Okay. All right.
And then
Next, Paul.
for the next one is the database administrator. So of course, as we all know, many projects need database support. So the database administrator is actually going to be engaged in the management, maintenance, and of course, the security of the databases. The role
Correct.
is a very critical one because the loss of sensitive information can be really catastrophic for companies and organization, right? To be more specific, these people will be more likely the one to install, backup, and also update and patch databases, as well as ensure database access, completeness, and coherences. No, so I think one of the key skills that we need for the job includes, fluency in SQL. I think Unix and Oracle and other more platforms that are available, right? And yeah, the next one that we have is Mo.
Mhm.
Here we
This is
go.
the UI designer, right? Part of the front end. So in here, these professionals are in charge of the user interface as well, and then mainly with the interface beautification. And then they ensure that the application or the website is user friendly and convenient to use. Correct. And then in here, the key skills that are required in here are of course visual design tools, and then artistic conception in order for you to carry out the beautification part, correct? And then care for people and ability to work as a team player. Okay, next we have software developer, software
There you go.
developer engineer. These are the professionals who cover end to end. Actually, they are part of the development, testing, modification, and debugging, and they produce the software applications and also monitor program performance, design software solutions, and then great skill to add on in this profession is experience in database integration and also client applications. These are what do you call this, hot, very very this would be a highlight when it comes to your profile once the client sees that you have experience on database integration and also the client application. Usual languages that are or critical nowadays are C Sharp, .NET, PHP, Java, Python. We have a lot of opportunities with these technologies nowadays. So yeah, if you could upskill or if you're already working on those technologies, then this is the time for you guys. You also get to thrive during this time. Okay.
Perfect. And
All right.
of
Next.
course,
Mhm.
one of the one of the roles or skills that are actually being in demand right now is the insurance salesman. As COVID-19 spreads, the insurance industry has seen new policies increase, right? And
Right.
some consumers opted to buy insurance policies because they fear about the outbreak or the pandemic. So many are concerned about the financial burden of having to have a family member or even them themselves becoming seriously ill because of the pandemic. So it's really one of the wisest thing or wisest choice to actually have an insurance policy covering you in this kind of times. Thus, the increase in demand for the people in charge of the insurance management. They can be your friends, sending you invites on LinkedIn. You might want to take a look and listen to them because it's actually one of the best things that you can do during this challenging times, right? And then
Right,
of
right.
course,
We can avail the medical insurance and also the accident insurance as well, right?
exactly,
For
exactly, you
with
don't know
these
what will happen.
professionals. Correct, correct. Yeah,
Yes.
better to be insured nowadays. And the
So
next role we have is the big data development engineer. These are the professionals that handle massive amount of data and then data manipulation and analysis to produce the value extraction, right? And then main skill for this role are SQL programming and exploratory analysis. Another thing is Hadoop, right? And then parallel processing as well. So in here, you do model, optimize, and simulate abilities. Additional skills or great to have skills in here are experience in machine learning, data mining, or just a focus. If you are already a big data development engineer, just focus on upgrading your skills and have a lot of practical experience so you can flourish more on this field. Okay, next
so
we have
next
mhm.
one is the project manager. So basically, we can just see this person as the very organized type of person because that person is actually in charge in setting up the timeline, ensuring that the project runs within the specific time frame, right? Like from the beginning up to the end, that person is planning everything ahead of time, making sure that everything is being processed according to the phase that they actually planned to have. In that way, the project will be done and finished accordingly and very smoothly. So if they have problems, then there is some time for troubleshooting as well. So that would not affect the quality of the project being done. And then the
Correct.
next one is, of course, the
Next
software
one
quality assurance engineer. There you go,
right,
Mo.
right. SQA testers or SQA engineers. These are the professionals who are in charge of designing test cases, preparing test data, and performing tests. So once we have the existing application, they are the ones to find bugs, find modification on the application or the tool, right? And then required skills in here are technical experience with scripting languages and HTML, high quality work, and also focus on detail to find that thing, that bug on the application, right? And then last job that we have on the list is internet marketing or operation, Nico.
Yes, okay. For the internet era, of course, the competition is extremely fierce and it is difficult for a product or an application or a website to be successful without marketing operations. So we have
Mhm.
been used to the traditional marketing before, but right now it's constantly evolving already, right, into digital marketing. So all of the marketing efforts, everything that has to do with marketing is being done online. Basically, you are going to see some social media marketing operations right there going on for each companies. They run, and every company or most of the companies nowadays rely heavily on digital marketing to drive the traffic and revenue of their company. So even though there are an increasing number of people entering the field, talented internet marketing operations managers are in short supply. So, Technic, if you have the needed experience for these type of roles, we are encouraging you to actually, just apply now. All right.
Correct,
And
correct. And one way to apply is through our CS Recruit platform. Cloudstaff has their very own, we have our very own platform for accommodating job applications that's called CS Recruit platform. And we'll be flashing the details through this screen.
perfect. So just visit jobs@cloudstaff.com and we'll be
Right,
waiting
right.
for you. Okay. So I will just play the video to wrap this up and see you guys in Cloudstaff soon.
At CloudStaff, we aim to simplify things. Our own ecosystem of applications has been designed to aid both of our staff and clients in their daily tasks. As our pool of talents keep on growing every day, we created a more improved database to enhance the user experience of our applicants and recruiters. The CS Recruit platform is our new way of processing applications. Simply register your details, complete your profile, upload your updated resume, view our job openings, apply, and wait for our recruiters to get in touch with you. No need to send multiple applications because our all-new system will do the work. Make sure you put all the skills, credentials, licenses, software knowledge, and experiences you have for accurate data filtration once a new role is up. Get your applications processed faster now. Register at jobs.cloudstaff.com.
All right, so thank you so much, Cloudstaff, for that partners talk. Now, for our attendees, feel free to get in touch with them through their website or in our Slack channel. So again, thank you. So please feel free. I just want to remind everyone to feel free to use our digital or our virtual photo booth, okay, and upload your photo in our social media, okay? So don't forget to use the hashtags. All right, so here are the links that you need. Okay, so for our virtual photo booth, it's bit.ly/devfestph photo booth. Okay, we will be picking a winner for the virtual photo booth. Thank you. Now I think we'll have a quick break. Okay, we'll have a quick break, and then afterwards we will be having a panel discussion with Women Techmakers ambassadors. Thank you. Okay, so thank you so much for that. So welcome back from the break. I hope you guys had to grab some coffee or you were able to like, stretch a bit, okay? Because now we're done with our cloud track already and we're done with the partners talk from Cloudstaff. Now, before proceeding to our data science talks, we will be joined by four great women, okay? Four amazing women in the field of technology. We will be having a panel discussion from WTM or Women Tech Makers.
Hi.
All right. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good
Hello, good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Hi. So welcome to GDG Philippines DevFest 2020. Thank you for dedicating your time to talk in this session, wherein we will be talking about work-life balance and adopting the new normal during the COVID-19 pandemic. So, ladies, please feel free to introduce yourselves. What you do, what are you like, busy with? Maybe we can start with Miss Javelin Consorte.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Javelin Consorte. I'm from Zamboanga City. I own Contessa Digital. I'm a funnel strategist for the past 5 years now. And yep, hi, glad to be here.
Thank you. How about you, Miss Kimberly de Guzman?
Yeah, so I'm Kim. I'm the current Women Techmakers ambassador for Baguio chapter. And I just transitioned to a back-end engineer for a company. So I've been working remotely now since the start of the lockdown. So I think it's been 8 months now. So yeah,
Thank you, Kim.
thank you
How
for
about
the
you?
invitation.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. So, how about you, Miss Connie?
Hi, Trisha. What was the question again? I'm sorry, I missed that. I had to talk to a PLDT guy.
Please feel free to introduce yourself.
All right. So I own LF Talent Solutions and Aldrin's Lechon and Rupa Fragrance. We just launched an online store. I learned to make my own online store over the course of the pandemic. So we have been working from home since December, actually. Like, yeah, before everything happened, before everything went crazy. Because December of 2019, we decided, okay, let's buy our own office space so we don't have to rent. So then I asked my team, okay, work from home in the meantime while we're waiting for the turnover, while we're waiting to be able to move to the office. And then lo and behold, come March, we didn't expect it. Everybody was asked to work from home. So I guess you can say we were early adapters. So so we have been working from home since December, and everything is going well. And ironically, it seems to me that my team are actually working better from home.
Nice. So, it's great to hear that you shifted ahead of time. All
Yeah,
right.
ahead of time, definitely.
Great. So, how about our last but not the least, of course, Frenchie?
Hello, so nice to be here. So to introduce myself, yes, my name is Franche, and I lead GDG Cebu, and I'm also a WTM ambassador for Cebu. Um, on my day job, I'm a full stack developer, web, for Symph, and um, the result of the pandemic. I mean, we started working from home 2 weeks before ECQ was implemented in Cebu City. So we, yeah, we were kind of a bit early as well. So we didn't wait for the government mandate to tell us to work from home. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing something about yourselves. We will get into more details as we move along in this discussion. But before that, before I proceed to the questions, I would just like to again thank you four ladies here for being here. You're all I must say lovely. Also, to the two ladies below, Kim and Franche, you have very nice hairstyles or hair color. Okay? All right. So for the first question that we have here, tell us something about you that few people only knew. What do you do for a living or organization? I think that was previously mentioned for some that you are involved. And we also would like to know if you are one of those who works from home currently due to the pandemic, or if you are originally remotely working. I think you already like answered part of that question, but the first part says, tell us something about you that few people only knew.
A few people only. Wow, that's, that's I think for me, Trisha, it would be, well, I guess it's I wouldn't think it's a secret that I'm obsessive about upskilling and reskilling. Um, I'm the type who has always been like, if there's something to learn, if there was a new course that's for free or whatever, I would go take that. And given the fact that Cebu, Francia and I are from Cebu, so we have been in the world's longest lockdown, right, Francia? Have we not?
Yes.
We have been in the world's longest lockdown, and during that period, I have taken classes on financial analysis, on e-commerce, on Shopify development, on Spanish and Dutch, and I'm doing all of that at the same time. And that's why we launched our store very recently after I learned Shopify development. Yeah, I think that's what a few people know, that I'm really hell bent on doing things myself. I'm literally very hands on. Although I delegate sometimes, but when it comes to learning stuff, that's something that I'm obsessive about.
Nice. Cool. How about you, Kim?
Awesome.
Tell us something about
Oh,
you that's
I
been
think I'm
so
similar to Miss Con. Oh yeah.
that's similar to this
So I think
story.
I'm similar to Miss Connie. By the way, that was really awesome, Miss
Thank
Connie.
you,
Yeah.
When you
Kim.
mentioned about upskilling, so yeah, I think I'm the same in that regard. So I'm very hands on myself, and I continuously learn. Like love or have passion to continuous learning. So I take online classes as well. Currently, I'm trying to develop my own app. So it's a
Wow.
secret still, but yeah, so like in development and or in planning. So yeah, it's not a secret, but a few people only know about it. So I guess that's it for me.
Nice. All the best about that one, Kim. How about you, Miss Javelin?
Okay, I'm quite obsessed right now with my arts, as you can see. So a few people know that I used to paint back in high school, but and then I just kind of resurrected that passion due to the pandemic. Actually, I reached the point of like burnout. I guess I've been working for at home for the past 7 years, so it wasn't much of an adjustment. But since we can't go out for the past 7 months, I felt like I need to do something else. So that I love arts. And then yeah, it wasn't much of a transition when the pandemic happened. But still I had to rekindle that passion with art. So that's something a few people in my circle know, because they know that I work online and I'm an agency owner. And I like Connie, I also am obsessed with scaling. So I guess that's one thing in common for us women in the techpreneur field. We want to scale, we want to make things bigger, we want to explore more. So that's it for nutrition.
Thank you, Miss Javelin. So it's amazing, science plus arts. Now, how about you, Crochet?
Mm, it's a pretty hard question for me because, like, um, although I'm not a people person, I feel like I'm an open book to the people I talk to. So I guess something I could share is like I'm a person with a lot of hobbies, and it kind of gets expensive as well. Because like I'm very into like building stuff. So like at one point I bought a lot of IoT stuff, like Internet of Things, to like create robots and all that knickknacks. I'm also very fond of like custom keyboards and PC building, um, Gundam, um, yeah, artisan keycaps. So like I don't know, I'm all over the place. So like, but it makes life fun though, and yeah, it has occupied a lot of my spare time recently. I would say, yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Franchay, for that one. And another question that we have here for everyone. So, first, you would like to know what's an ideal work-life balance in this situation. What's the ideal work-life balance for you?
Well, That is a very interesting question because since we all started working from home, that kind of like whacked the whole work-life balance idea because we're working and staying at home at the same time. It's People thought it was going to be fun working from home, but it's actually more tricky because you really have to set time as to from what time you will be working, from what time you'll start working and what time you'll end working, and then you really have to set time for your your personal stuff. So I give myself a few hours, like let's say I wake up at 6, I meditate by 7:30, by 10 to 4 that's time for work. After that I'm done. After that I have to do my lessons. So like, and that's like a lot of lessons we're talking about. So I still do calligraphy as well, and I have to like allot a time for every single thing I do. Yeah, I'm what you call the overscheduled adult. But so I really make sure that there's time for everything, so I'm able to do all of that. The good thing is that at least we're not stuck in traffic anymore. But other than that, it's still tricky to keep the balance between work and your personal life.
Great. Thank you, Miss Connie. So that's the ideal like work-life balance for you, being able to like manage the things separating work from home,
Mm.
right? Even if you
Yeah.
are working from home. So thank you. How about you, Kim?
I guess for an ideal work balance for me is having a separate time. So I have my time for work and also I have time for my personal stuff. So time for work, as much as possible, I want to work for just only 9 hours a day during the weekdays, of course, and also have time for self growth too. So that involves like taking online classes or just focusing on like general health. And with this pandemic, as Miss Connie mentioned, I strongly agree with that because um, the pandemic actually brought a very unprecedented like fusion between work and private life. So it's a mix of both. So we can't really it's hard to draw a line between those two or to just define your hours. So I guess the important thing here is to just really define your hours and make sure that you also have time for yourself. So that's ideal work balance for me, especially with taking care of the mental health. That's also a priority for me too.
Thank you. So aside from self-growth, of course, self-care. I agree with you, Kim. How
Yeah.
about you, Frenchie?
Yeah, so I'm glad Kim mentioned about mental health because I feel like I'll be mentioning a lot of that right now. Um, I will be honest. I have ADHD, which is like attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So like, um, so being in this work from home setup, it has been very difficult for me because I can't. It's hard to shift from one thing to another, and especially like the things that make me feel good or feel nice or enjoy or things I enjoy um, are within reach. It's hard. I tend to procrastinate more, so like ideally I would want to be able to focus on things that are needed within work, and then be able to separate myself from that and back to like the home setup. With a pre-pandemic stage, that was quite easy because you still had to travel to work, so you had time to adjust. Um, so yeah, ideally, it would the work from home setup with work life balance for me. I would very much like to be able to focus on work and then after personal life.
I see. Thank you, Frenchie. That's definitely something that could be relatable to many. So thank you. How about you, Miss Javelin?
Well, an ideal work-life balance kind of differ for us, right? for me it's also different because I have 4 kids. So so it's hard to like, especially during the pandemic when it started, then they're all homeschooled. So the line that separates work, being a mommy, being a wife, got thinner. It was already thin before it got thinner now. So it's really challenging and how you balance it and still having time for yourself, having time for the kids, having time for my agency and my clients. So it's it's a matter of being able to manage your time well. That's the key for me, or else there won't be any balance at all. So, yeah, and manage your time well made it work for us. So that's how it is. But honestly, it's very, very challenging because you have, especially now, there's an added role for us. I'm also now a teacher for my kids, aside from being a mommy. So yeah, ideal work life balance is really different for all of us, but it's important to note that, like what Franz say, sorry, did I say your name right?
Yeah, it's
To
right.
to take care of your mental health because at times it can get crazy. It can get overwhelming.
Nice. So thank you, Miss Javelin, for sharing that one. And of course, salute to you and all of the mothers out there coping up with this pandemic. Everyone, actually. So that's some interesting sharing that you got there. So it focuses more of the ideal work-life balance now in this time is focuses more on like management. It's all about that. But now let's go into like the side of being into our profession. Now, what kind of support or assistance do you think employers should assist their employees with during this pandemic? You can share your personal experiences. So,
For us, like Trisha, definitely, it's management's job. Like for me, speaking as a business owner, if your team does not have an access to better internet, then do something about it, because that will really affect productivity. If they need help with their phones, because we're in recruitment and executive search, so that requires a lot of calling. So you have to provide them with the tools that they need. They need a new laptop, so it's also in the works. Like hopefully we are going to be able to upgrade them to better laptops at the end of the year, because we will be working from home until 2022 by the looks of it. Um, as much as I miss my team and I miss our banter at work, I don't want to risk it. I don't want to put them at risk. It has been hard for everyone, but I would rather have them healthy, because apparently the bill for COVID is between 300,000 to a million. And I don't want to put that undue stress on them. Although, like, we did take out insurances for them. So just in case, God forbid, something happens, they don't have to worry about it. But yeah, we don't want to do that. Um, Also, at one point, we offered them, because they're at home, we offered them that we will pay for their Netflix subscription just to make them, feel sane at home. They said no. They said it's not necessary, but the offer is still on the table. Um, Also, if they need help with access to a psychiatrist or to, a counselor, we're open to that. We are trying to help them and assist them as much as we can, because this pandemic is not easy on anyone. It has not been easy on anyone. Um, like if somebody tells you they have not been affected by this, that person is lying. We're just trying to survive this, all of us. So especially franchise said mental health, and that has been like the biggest thing besides COVID itself. That is the next pandemic that we have to worry about. There have been a lot of cases of depression and suicide, which is very alarming. So the mental health support is very necessary. If an employer can afford that, so please do. There are free resources. You can contact the Mental Health Association of the Philippines. Please do that. Never take mental health lightly. So definitely that.
Thank you, Miss Coney. It's nice to hear those or that story or what's actually happening from an employer's perspective. So, may I hear from Franche? What kind of support or assistance do you think employers should assist their employees with?
All right. So I'm going to speak from experience. So when we started working from home back in, what was that, March? Yeah, March. So our company, the company I work for, decided um, since no one's going to the office, we're going to stop renting the office and just maybe look for an office when we decide we're going back. So we're expecting to be back in a year or maybe 2 years. We don't know, but it's a long term. So like the money that was supposed to go for rent to the office was um, split. There was a portion that was split to us as subsidy, so we could buy things for more comfortable uh, office setup, work from home setup. So on my part, I was able to buy my own table and chair, office chair, and the others upgraded their internet or I don't know. So yeah, we had a good how do you call this, like the amount of the subsidy was given was enough to help us improve our work from home setups. The second was our company gives us also subsidy monthly for electricity and um, bills. Yeah, uh, electricity and internet or whatever bills. Because obviously, since we're already at home, bills are growing. Um, yeah, and then I think the third most important one was uh, we shifted we shifted from Slack to Discord. Sorry, we shifted from Slack to Discord because with Discord there are voice channels, so it's easier to communicate and interact with people. So one important thing about to do in this pandemic is to actually retain the connections you have, whether with the office, or like friends. So now there's still a bigger impact with talking in voice compared to just chatting. So that really definitely helped us be more comfortable in the adjustment. And we also had activities daily and weekly. So daily, at the start, we had every day a retrospective with the team to just check in. What was everyone confused about or scared about, or what were their thoughts, or how could we improve on this setup. And then as time went by, we replaced those daily retrospectives with weekly retrospectives, and the remaining time we would do it for like some fun activities, like trivia night or things like that. Yeah, so I think that's it.
Amazing experience, Franche. How about you, Kim?
So for me, I think we're the same, franchise. So before actually transitioning to a back end engineer role, I was the team lead or a tech lead for a team in one of the companies here in Baguio. So I think for the support, there's two supports that I can identify. So one is a mental or emotional support, then the other one is a technical support. I think the ladies here also mentioned about mental or emotional support because I think what the company or what our employer really needs to identify or at least acknowledge that even though we're working from home, we are not like just working all the time. So we have our life too. So they have to acknowledge that we also have to have time for ourselves to take care of our mental health and to take care or just grow in general, self development in general. So just acknowledging that, and also it won't hurt if you maybe ask your employees sometimes too how they're doing with the pandemic, how they're coping, because support even at work is also a great help, and it boosts the morale of the people. And with the technical support, so I'm really happy to hear that there are like companies that are offering like many technical supports, because that's also a problem now with the internet connection, and sometimes with just problems with the electricity, for example. So I guess maybe if the company or the employers can't offer those maybe devices or the tech stuff that we need, maybe they can offer a more flexible work hour. Maybe if someone is affected or they don't have internet connection that time, maybe they can just adjust it to a different time slot. So at least they can still work and they won't be deducted for that leave. So yeah, so I guess it sums up to just emotional support and just technical support from my side.
Okay, nice, Kim. So thank you. I really do wish that many employers are currently watching, okay, hearing out those ideas if ever they're not being implemented yet in their offices or in their
Oh
companies.
no.
Yeah. How about you, Miss Javelin?
Well,
Any
for
additional Mhm.
yep. Well, for me and my company, it like I've said, there wasn't really that much of a change because we've already been working from home ever since. So, but what I did differently when the pandemic started was I just made sure they have enough food at home because during the start of the pandemic, everyone was like buying food, making sure they have enough stock so they won't have to go out. So I made sure everyone in the team are like have full refrigerators so they don't have to go out. And then I also informed them that because since mental health is important, inform them that if they want to take a break, like they want to have time off, they can just freely inform me. Or if they feel like they're not ready to work because of what's happening, they can just take the time off and be flexi with work. Because most of my team are mothers, so I made sure that they can also take care of their family. And they have small kids, most of them. So I stressed that out that if they want to take a break and be with their kids more, especially now with homeschooling happening, they can freely do so. So that's the change I did for my team. Because like I've said, mental health is very important. Plus, being a mom is also hard. So that's the part I want to make sure they have that taken care of and do not neglect that part just because everyone's working at home and everyone's stressed out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Javelin. So
That's it.
great. So definitely investing in people experience as a whole, not just like the wellness of their connection and such, but mental wellness, the total wellness of their employees. That's very important. And I too, I am lucky to be part of a company where they value wellness as a whole. So I think we can wrap it up with one last question. Okay. What advice can you give to someone who is struggling and coping up with the changes happening to them now? Maybe you can share some tools that you are using as well.
Definitely, for anyone struggling, and we all are, because like this really upended all of our existence. We never thought we'd be here. Especially for people like
Yeah.
my age, people born between 1984 and 2000. We've been through what? Three? We've been through multiple economic recessions, and it's been insane. It's going to get better. It's going to, it's cliche, but it's going to be worse before it gets better. What we like what I do is just, whatever makes you happy, whatever keeps you sane, do it. Whether it's meditating, walking, or watching movie marathons, do it. Whatever keeps you balanced. Take care of yourself, and while you're at it, reskill and upskill, because this pandemic has rushed digitalization like nothing has ever been. Like, we've always talked about going digital, but nobody really took it seriously. And then boom, the pandemic happened, and now we have to all be online. So that's it.
Mhm.
Just take care of yourself and do whatever makes you happy and what keeps you sane.
Thank you, Miss Coney. Kim?
Yeah, I guess the advice that I can share is based on my experience. Like you have to define your hours. Maybe work 8 hours a day, and just the rest of the day have time for yourself. Take care of yourself, your mental health, and just have time to maybe to grow or just to develop, learn a new skill, like what Miss Connie mentioned, or like find hobbies. It doesn't have to like push you or to like push you to grow as a person, because just finding a hobby itself is already growth for me. It's already like a step towards development. So just find what makes you happy, or just find what makes your mind at ease, and I think everything will follow after that. And just guess that's the important part for me, to just have a definite time or just define your time. And for the app, I'm currently using the productive app. It's You can download it from Play Store. Actually, it's very effective. So you can do your routines there, schedule your routines, and then you can like check a task, and it's very rewarding because there's like a message like congratulations, you did a task. So that's very nice. So I highly suggest that to others.
Thank you, Kim, for sharing that app as well as aside from the advice. How about you, Franchise?
Um, sorry, I spaced out. Um,
Okay.
sorry. Uh, oh
Uh,
yeah, sorry.
the question, what advice can you give to someone who's struggling to cope up with the pandemic? Aside from the advice, maybe you can share some tools that you are using.
Okay, so for tools, if you're looking for structure in your life, because for me, right, I tend to procrastinate. So I find that calendar blocking helps. It's very easy to visualize, and I use different colors to give me a general perspective of what's happening within my day. So, for example, blue is for work. So these are my work hours I see in the calendar. And then I have green for hobbies, orange for personal improvement, like learning. So that could probably help them. It's very easy to visualize if you do it. And yeah, you can search. There's a bunch of articles about calendar blocking.
Thank you. So nice tip, Franche. So maybe they can try that one out, see if it works best for them. Okay. And last thing is Javelin.
For me, for those who was struggling in coping up the changes, I think you need to take it one step at a time, one day at a time. You don't have to rush things. You don't have parang this year is not the year for you to be to if you're really an overachiever, I think you need to take a step back or else you'll get overwhelmed. So take it a day at a time. And then like others, I also do calendar blocking. It helped me map things out from being a mommy to homeschooling to client work. It's a time saver. It helps me manage things. And then aside from and for moms or techpreneurs, all I can say is, mommy, it's okay if our kids do not finish the modules. It's okay if they just answer a bit of it. Let's not overwhelm ourselves with that. Because at the first I was guilty of that. It's crazy. But then I realized what the heck, our sanity is a lot more important than worrying about school and how much they're learning right now. So I just took a step back one day at a time. And as much as possible, I want to make sure me and my kids stay sane. So take a step back and chill for now and let things flow.
All right. So thank you again, ladies, for sharing your experiences, the ways that you cope up, the ways that you deal with this pandemic right now, given your different lines of profession. Okay. These are like what you share. They are very insightful, and I really do hope that our attendees or our audience will be able to like apply and adapt as well. So again, thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
Thank
you.
you,
Thank you.
Trisha.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Bye.
All right. So before proceeding to our data science talks, okay, we will have another partner talk from one of our sponsors. Okay, so please welcome Miss Daniela Stojanovic, the director of Stojanovic and Associates.
Hi, my name's Daniela and I'm from Stojanovic and Associates Migration Agents. Hello from Australia. We offer a one-stop shop for all your migration needs, from giving you advice to arranging the most appropriate visa pathway for you, permanent residence, citizenship, assisting you with PT training to help you meet those English requirements, assisting with CCL training to assist you with getting those additional 5 points towards your skilled migration. And we also assist with preparing and lodgement of your skills assessment, because without a positive skills assessment, you won't be able to apply for a skilled visa. Once the process is finished, we can obviously assist you with relocation. So if you don't have any family or friends that can assist you once you arrive, this is what we're here for. We can meet you at the airport, we can find you a rental property before you come, and we will also take you on a day tour to see different tourist attractions in the state that you wish to be in, and also attend to some personal matters in establishing yourself in Australia, such as opening up bank accounts, driver's licenses, enrolling children into school if you have a family, and much, much more. Today, I am focusing on IT professionals. IT professionals are highly needed and regarded in Australia. We have a high demand for them, so much so that during this current pandemic, the IT professions are considered on the priority skills list. What does this mean? This means that if you have your visa approved, even though the borders are closed, given you have a critical skill set that Australia needs, you should be able to come into Australia. The way these IT professionals apply to come to Australia is through a skilled visa. Each state has what occupations they require, and 90% of them do require the IT profession. In order for you to meet these criteria, there's a few things that need to be attended to. It's a 3-step process: expression of interest, letter of offer, acceptance, and applying for the visa. So let's start off with expression of interest. Expression of interest means that you have a minimum of 65 points and that you can meet the requirements for obtaining a skilled visa to Australia. There are certain ways in obtaining your points, which include age, education, overseas work experience, Australian work experience, regional sponsorship, state sponsorship, 2-year study requirement, English levels, community credential language, and marital status. So whether you are single, whether you are married to a person that also has skills in English, etc. In order to apply for an expression of interest, you do need to have your paperwork in order first, because without it, you won't be able to apply. You need to obtain your English results, which can be done through IELTS, PTE, TOEFL, Cambridge. However, we highly regard PTE as the most stable test. For this reason, we offer PTE training to our clients. You would also need to obtain a positive skills assessment, which we can assist with and ensure that you're nominating the correct occupation based on your occupation and work experience. Once you have this, and of course, if you want additional points, we can also assist you with the community credential language, and only then can we apply for the expression of interest. Even though the minimum requirement is 65 points, at the moment, those with 90 points and above are getting selected first. It is important to note that once the expression of interest is lodged, if you are applying through the state, which is called a 190 visa, they will determine whether or not you meet their specific requirements, which is separate from the visa requirements, in offering your position in their state. And if they do, you will receive a letter of offer, which in turn will allow you to apply for the visa to come to Australia. The other way of doing it is through the 189 visa, which is a skilled independent visa, which means you are not applying through the state, but genuinely applying because you're a skilled worker. That sort of visa can take longer to get a letter of offer because you are competing against other people that are in your profession, and those with the highest points will get an invitation first. If you're looking at migrating to regional area, which is a 491 visa, this is also an option. And if you don't have high points in going directly through the permanent resident pathway, there may be an opportunity or a pathway to be able to come through the skilled regional visa, which is also a state-sponsored visa. Your other option is to come through a employed sponsor, which means that you have a company in Australia who wishes to sponsor you, and you can come in this way. Usually that would mean that if you're coming on a temporary visa, that you don't need to do a skills assessment, and you can have minimum English levels as low as 5. However, it is a temporary visa, and you would need to remain with this employer for 3 years before you can move onto the permanent resident visa, which is called the 186, and this is also through the same sponsor. Having the opportunity to go through skilled migration visa rather than employer-sponsored visa is beneficial to you because A, you have your status, and B, you can obviously set up your own company if you wish or work for any employer that you want. So let's talk about the requirements and how many points you can get for it. So with age, if you are between 18 and 25, you get 20 points. If you're between 25 and 32, you get 30 points. If you're between 32 and 39, you get 25 points. And if you're between 40 and 44, you get 15. You do have up to the age of 45 to apply. After this, you do not qualify for the skilled work visa. Let's talk about the English criteria. If you have 6 on IELTS, which is like 50 on PTE, you get 0 points. If you get 7 on IELTS, which is the equivalent of 65 on PTE, you get 10 points. And if you have 8 on IELTS, which is the equivalent of 79 on PTE, you get 20 points. With respect to education, if you have a diploma level, you get 10 points. If you have a bachelor degree or master's, you get 15. And if you have a doctorate degree, you get 20. If you have studied in Australia for 2 years or more, you get an additional 5 points. If you complete a community credential language, which means you have a second language, and you can prove that through completing the NADI test, this will be an additional 5 points. If the state sponsors you for permanent residency, this will give you 5 points. If you opt to do the skilled regional temporary visa, which is a state-based visa, you will actually get 15 points as opposed to the 5. There are many other requirements, such as work experience. Work experience is separated between Australian work experience and overseas. It cannot be combined. So if you have overseas experience of 3 years, you get 5 points. If you have experience between 5 and 7, you get 10 points. And if you have 7 and above, you get 15. With respect to Australian work experience, if you have 1 year, you get 5 points. If you have 3, you get 10, and so on. So it is important to note that you can increase your points by doing additional work experience and obviously increasing your English levels if you don't get the maximum points, and we can assist with that. Skilled visas are not the only way that the IT professionals are coming to Australia. They're also coming to Australia if they are business owners and are looking to set up or take over a business in Australia. This would mean that if you have an IT company in your home country and you're a business owner, there is an opportunity to apply for a business owner visa where you could come to Australia and set up a company to do the same. For more information, give us a call.
All right, so we just had our WTM round table by WTMPH ambassadors and followed by one of our partners talk from Daniela, the director of Stojanovic and Associates. For our next session, we will learn about the Magic Data Science Toolbox. So our speaker is a computer and systems engineering professional with over 5 years experience in process modeling and project management using agile methodologies, ensuring the efficiency and quality of services, improving and optimizing processes, as well as implementing good practices in several projects. She has experience in the creation and management of digital marketing campaigns and administration of ERP systems. She is also a Google Communities organizer and a speaker of many Google topics in national and international conferences and had the opportunity to participate in international trainings and summits in Google offices around the world, such as Mexico, US, and Singapore. Everyone, Miss Melissa gave Miro Quesada.
Hi, I am Melissa. I live in the city of Lima, located in Peru. I am a computer and system engineering, and I'm very happy to be able to participate in this DevFest. In fact, this is my first DevFest internationally. Currently, I work as a data analyst and have been part of the Google communities more than 7 years. This time, I come to introduce you to a very interesting topic focused on my science and focus on science and data. Well, first I would like to share a photo for my community. Like, and please follow them on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and others. And also, this is my Women Techmakers team here in Peru. Well, the first thing, what is data science? So, the first question you probably need to answer is what is data science? And that's a great question. To different people, this means different things. But its core, data science uses the data to answer questions. This is a pretty broad definition, and that's because it's a pretty broad field. Data science can involve different things: statistics, computing, mathematics, data cleaning and formatting, data visualization. So, why do we need data science? One of the reasons for the growth of data science in recent years is the largest amount of data available and currently being generated. Not only are the massive amount of data being collected on many aspects of the world on our lives, but simultaneously we have the rise of economic informatics. This has created the perfect combination where we have rich data and the tools to analyze it, increased computer memory capacities, better processors, more software, and now more data scientists with the skills to use this and answer questions using this data. And that the data continues to grow. So keep calm, it's perfect combination to use data and data tools. So what is big data? There are some qualities that characterize big data. Uh, the first is the volume. As the name implies, big data involves large datasets, and these large datasets are becoming more and more routine. For example, let's say you have a question about online videos. Well, you say on YouTube has roughly 300 hours of videos uploading per minute. You would definitely have a great deal of data available to analyze, but you can see how this could be a difficult problem to discuss all the data. Speed is the next. Data is generated and collected faster than ever. In our YouTube example, you get the new data every minute. In a completely different example, let's say you have some questions about the taxi services, maybe, or the service for your food. Well, most companies have an um, en route taxi driver tracking system to pick up in real time. You could analyze them. Um, it reach the destination. If you have the tools and skills, you can do it. So the third quality is the variety. We found different types of data available. In the YouTube example, you could be analyze the videos or audio, which is a very unstructured dataset. Or you could have a new video, views, comments, duration of the video only on your database, which is much or more unstructured the structured database to analyze. And what is data science? Well, the time has come to know what a data scientist is. The simplest definition might be someone who uses the data to answer questions. But more importantly to you is what skills does a scientist embody? Well, the time has come to find what a data scientist is. The simplest definition could be someone who uses data to answer questions, or maybe, but more importantly to you, is what skills does a data scientist embody? To do this, let's review this graph and maybe analyze them. The data science is the intersection of the three sectors: sustainable experience, hacking skills, and mathematical and statistics. To explain a little bit more, with what we have mean by this, we know that we use data science to answer questions, but the first things we must have enough experience in the area. We want to able to ask our questions and know what are the appropriate types of data to answer that question. Once this done, we will know the type of data. We will work with sometimes that data we need to undergo significant cleaning and formatting. And this usually requires computer programming skills. Well, finally, once we have our data, we need to analyze it. And this often requires knowledge of mathematics and statistics. So it's a mix of skills. You need a mix of skills to analyze the data. And why do data science? Well, speaking of the demand, there is a great need for people with skills in data science. This is a good time to get into data science. Not only do we have more and more data and more tools to collect, store, and analyze it. So, but its demand for data science is increasing, being recognized as important in many diverse sectors, not only in business, in academic, in public, in anything, in education. We are looking for you. So think that you are awesome to be a data science. So the first question, what is data? Let's look at some reliable definitions of what data is. The first one is, according to the Cambridge English Dictionary, it states that the data is information, especially facts or figures collected to be examined, considered and used to aid in decision making. The second definition is, we will look at the definition provided by Wikipedia, a set of qualitative or quantitative variable values. These are cited different definitions and go to different components of what the data is. They both agree that data is values, numbers, or facts, but the Cambridge definition focused on the actions that the surround of the data, and that data is collected, examined, and most importantly, used to inform decisions. Why Wikipedia definition focuses more than the data implies? And why it's a pretty short definition, we will take second look and this and focus on each component individually. We analyze this. So the first thing that you need to focus is a set of values to have data. You need a set of items to measure. In statistics, this set of items is often called a population. The whole as a whole is what you are trying to discover something about. For example, that set of items needed you to answer your questions may be all the websites, or it may be the set of all the people who visit the website. But overall, it's a set of things that you are going to take action on. So then you should focus on the variables that these are measures or characteristics of an item. For example, you could measure a person's height or measure the amount of time a person spends on a website. On the other hand, it could be more qualitative or characteristics that you are trying to measure. such as what a person clicks on a website or whether you think the person visiting is male or female. Well, finally of all, we have both qualitative and quantitative variables. Qualitative variables are information about qualities. So they are things like country or origin, gender, treatment group. They are usually described in words, not numbers, are not necessary other. Quantitative variables, on the other hand, are information about quantities. Quantitative measurements are generally described by numbers, measures are continuous, ordered scales. It things like height, weight, or blood pressures in others. Um, what about the data science process? Well, let's see what a real data science project look like. The parts of the data science project, first we must ask the question that must be answered with data. This is the first step. The second step is to find and generate the data that you will use to answer the questions. With the questions already ready, you need to collect all the data, and we start to work with the data. We explore them and then often modeling the data using some statistical or machine learning techniques to analyze them and answer really your questions. Finally, when you analyze them, you have the conclusions. You find to get to your conclusions. So the ideal scenario is to comment on the results of the project to your team and your boss through a report or in different kind of opportunities. In the case of research, maybe you public on the blog, website, can be done through them. Now, let's talk about knowing R. What is R and what is cran? First, let's remember what exactly R is and why we might want to use it. Maybe you listen about them. Well, R is both a programming language and an environment, mainly focused on staticals and analysis and graphs. It is downloaded for the comprehensive R archive network or like CRAN. But why should we use R? Well, these are some of the important reasons to use it R. The first is popularity. Second, short cost. Third, it's well functionality. And fourth, the community that have. Let's explain every point. Well, the first, the popularity. R is fast becoming the standard language for statistic analysis. So this makes R a great language to learn. As the popular part of software is the faster a new functionality is developed, the more powerful it becomes and the better the support of them. Your cost, the second, it's free. This is one of the pretty self-explanatory. All aspects of R are free to use. Unlike other stats packs you may have heard of, SaaS, SPSS, so there are no cost barriers to use it. It's why functionally R is a very versatile language. We have talked about its use statistics and graphics, but its use can be expanded to many different functions, from creating websites, making maps, using this data, analyzing language, and even doing these lectures and videos for whatever task you have in mind. There is often a package available for download that does exactly that. So the fourth is the community. The reason of the functionality of R is so broad, and it's that it has a great community has been built around R. People have come together to create packages that add functionalities of R more and being developed every day. So you can make answers, you can make questions, answers, you find some solutions that maybe help you. Also, if you want to start it in R, maybe it's the opportunity. You can join there, join to other communities of R in your country and find how to solve your problem with R and share knowledge in the community. So, what is RStudio? RStudio is a graphical user interface for R, which allows you to write, edit, and store code generated with you, and maybe manage files, objects, data, frames, and integrate with versions control systems, to name a few of its functions. So, in the other hand, we are going to talk about something that is extremely very important when you're working in a team, and this is version control. So that it helps us to guarantee that changes are not made in files and make a conflict or other change with other changes. So we have GitHub and Git. Well, if you have ever shared a document with someone else you edit for editing, you know the frustration, the desperation of integrate all your editing with a document, and but that has changed since you sent the original file. So have two versions of the same original document. The version control allows multiple people to work on the same document, on the same file, and helps them to combine all the versions of the file and all its edit into one file. Also, you know more about the Git. What is Git? Why should I use Git? Well, Git is free. It's an open source version systems. So it was developed in 2005 and has since become the most widely used version control system. So one of the main benefits of Git is that it keeps a local copy of your work and revisions, which you can later edit offline. Then once you are back on the internet services, you can sync your copy of the work with all new edits and change recorded in the main online repository. So also since collaborations on a project have their own local copy or of the code, and they could work simultaneously on their own parts of the code without disturbing the common repository. Another great benefit that we will definitely take advantage and use this is which Writer Studio and Git interact with each other, so it's more easy to use. So talk about GitHub. What is GitHub? It's an online interface for Git. It's a software that you use locally on your computer to record changes. So GitHub is a host for your files and logs and change made. You may think of it as similar to Dropbox. The files are on the computer, but they are also hosted online and accessible for any computer. GitHub has the added benefit interacting with Git and to keep the track versions and change to your file. So it's very easy to use. It helps a lot with our. I recommend to use it then. Well, talk about the types of data science questions is the first. Let's look at some of these types. There are 6 categories in which data analysis falls. They are in approximately order of difficulty. The first is descriptive, exploratory, inferential, prophetic, causal, mechanic. Let's explore the goals of each of these types and look at some examples for each analysis. Well, the first is descriptive analysis. The goal to write or summarize a set of data. Whenever you get a new set of data to examine, this is usually the first type of analysis you will perform. The descriptive analysis will generate simple summaries about the samples on their measures. You may be familiar with common descriptive statistics measures of central tendency. For example, you know about mean, median, mode, or measure of variety like range, standard deviations, or variance. This type of analysis is intended to summarize your samples, not to generalize the result of the analysis to a large population or to try to draw conclusions. The description of the data is separated from the performance of interpretations, generalizations, and interpretations require additional statistics steps. The second is the exploratory analysis. Seeks to examine or explore data and find relationships that we are not previously known. For example, explore how different measures may be related to each other, but do not confirm that relationship as casual because you observe a relationship between two variables during exploratory analysis does not mean that one necessarily causes each other. So, because of this exploratory analysis, while useful for discovering new connections, should not be the last word in answering questions. It can allow you to formulate hypotheses and drive future study design and data collection. But exploratory analysis alone should never be used as the last word on why or how the data might be related to each other. The third is inferential analysis. The goal of inferential analysis is to use a small sampling of data to infer or say something about the general population. Inferential analysis is commonly the goal of statistics models. Maybe when you have a small amount of information or to try to explore or generalize information of a large group. Also, generally involves using the data you have to estimate that value in the population and giving a measure of your uncertainty about your estimate. Since you move, for example, if you move from a small amount of data of a large population and your ability to accurately infer information about the larger population depends largely on your sampling schema. If the data you collect is not a representative sample of the population, maybe the generalized to infer will not occur of the for the population. So we have the fourth, that predictive analysis. It's the goal of predictive is to use current data to make predictions about the future. Basically, you are using current and historical data to find patterns and predict the probability of future results. Also, as inference analysis, it's occurring in predictions and depends on the measurement of the correct variables. If you are not measuring the correct variables to predict the outcome, your prediction will not be accurate. So there are many ways to build a prediction models, some of which are better or worse from specific cases depends. But in general, having more data and simpler models generally works better than and predicting the future outcomes. Finally, causes analysis. This is an objective to see what happens to a variable when we manipulated another variable, observing the cause and effect of a relationship. For example, they are generally quite complicated to perform with only observed data. There will always be doubt as to whether it is correlation that drives your conclusions or whether the assumptions underlying your analysis are valid. So causal analysis is often considered the gold standard in data analysis and is frequently seen in science studies. For example, one thing to keep in mind about causal analysis is that the data are generally analyzed in agreed form. The observed relationships are usually average effects, therefore, while or on average administrating a drug or certain population and elevated to symptoms of a disease, these causal relationships may not hold for all affected individuals. They are affected in the same way. Finally, the mechanism analysis are not used frequently as previous analysis. Maybe the goal to understand the exact change in variables that lead to exact change in the other variables. These analyses are extremely difficult to use or to infer much, except in simple situations that those are well modeled by the determinate equation. No, give that description, it might be apparent how mechanism analyses are more commonly applied to the physical or engineering science. So, experimental designs. As a future like data science, you must have the ability to design appropriate experiments to the best answers your data science questions. But what does experimental design mean? It's about setting up experiments so what you have the correct data to effectively answer your questions. Prior to any is to analyze the data collections and deciding the best possibility to set up and collect all the data to answer your questions, identifying your problems or sources of error in your design, and only collect the appropriate data. This is done if you don't not have a well-defined plan of how the data analysis is going to be carried out. You could have erroneous conclusions. Some of the bad practice can have radical effects, for example, tasting chaos. No? The principal experimental design is for design independent variable like the AQ factor. The variable may be manipulated by the experimenter. It does not depend on the other variables that are measured. It's often shown the x-axis. Depend variable. The variable is expected to change as a result of a change in the independent variable. It is often displayed of the y-axis, so change in x. The independent variable controls the change in y. So therefore, when you design an experiment, you must decide which variables to measure and transfer to manipulate to make change to other variables. In addition, you must develop your hypothesis, provided an informed quest about the relationship between your variables and the result of your experiment. So, what is big data? The big data is the largest data set, and beginning, I commented on the three qualities that are uniquely attribution to larger data sets: volume, speed, and variety. From these three adjectives, we can set we can see that big data involves large data sets of various types that are generally very quickly. As a technology and a data warehousing have enveloped to hold ever larger data sets, the definition of large has also evolved. Our ability to collect and record data has improved over time. So the speed with which data is collected is unprecedented. In addition, the concept what is considered as data has evolved. So there is now more and more than ever companies have organized the benefits of collecting different types of information. And the rise of the internet and technology has allowed data sets of different and varied data and more. They are easily collected and available for analysis. Of one of the major change in data science is have been to move from structured data sets to addressing of unstructured data. So, what is unstructured data and what is unstructured data? Well, structured data is focused in the long tables, spreadsheets, or databases with columns, rows, or information that you can some average or analyze it and decide with those limits. The data sets we find are much easier than it's our job to extract the information, and we want to arrange it in order to structure. With the digital age, the advancement of the internet, many pieces of information that we are not traditionally collected could suddenly be translated into different formats, like computers could record, store, search, and analyze. And once this was appreciated, there was a huge amount of unstructured data that was collected from all our digital interactions, emails, Facebook, and other social media interactions, text messages, shopping habits, smartphones, maybe objects that have tracking like GPS, websites, or visit websites, how long you are on the TV watching videos, cameras, or video sources. The amount of data and the various sources that can record and transmit data has explored. So, what is the challenge of working with big data? There is a lot of raw data that you needed to be able to store and analyze. The first is information is constantly changing and updating. When you finish your analysis, will be even more and more and more and more data that you could incorporate it. Every second that you are analyzing is another second of data that you have not used. The variety of data can impress you. Yeah, there are some of many sources of information that it can sometimes be difficult to determine which data sources may be the most important to answer your data science questions. Oh, the third, it's complicated. Yeah, you don't have neat tables of data to quickly parse. You have messy data. Remember that before you start looking for answers, but you must convert your unstructured data to form into formal mode that you can parse. The benefits. The benefits of working with big data is by analyzing large amounts of data, it allows us to get closer to the truth, even with these more distorted data sets. Oh, the first ability to have up to data information in real time allows for analyses that are more accurate to the current state and to make some fast on-site predictions and informed decisions. One of the benefits of having all these new sources of information is that you can now answer new questions or questions that previously you couldn't due to lack information. So other benefits that you have is that you can identify hiding, hiding correlations since we can collect data on a larger number of qualities in a topic, in any topic. Or we can do for qualities that may not be obviously related or outcome variable, but big data can identify our correlations to that. So rather than trying to precisely understanding why an engineer breaks it down or no, you're collecting an amazing massive amount of information about such events, everything that is associated with them, looking for patterns that can help predict future events. So it's wonderful to use big data. And finally, well, will big data solve all our problems? The answer is yes, as long as the data being analyzed is correct and true. Well, I would like to say thank you for all of you seeing this presentation. Thank you for GDG Philippines to invite me to our the fest. I'm very happy to be here. Please follow me on my social media here. Melissa gave M. Happy to see you in other events. Bye.
All right, so thank you as well, Melissa, for that very informative data science talk. Okay, so for the Q&A, in case you have questions about Melissa's talk, please feel free to reach out to her social media accounts at Melissa Gave M, or you can post a question in our Slack channel. Okay, it's the Slack channel for AI-ML-data science-discussion. Okay, so before we proceed to our last but definitely not the least speaker, okay, specifically for data science track, I just want to remind everyone and I want to encourage everyone to please share your DevFest experience, okay? Please share your DevFest experience online as we will be picking winners for that. It's better if you have a photo from our virtual photo booth, okay? Also, please feel free to give us some feedback. Feedback is a gift, okay? So please fill out our feedback form. Can you flash it on the screen, please? Okay, so there. It's bit.ly/devfestph feedback. So please fill that one out as we will be raffling some winners as well from the responses. Thank you. And now, of course, I'd like to proceed in introducing our next speaker. He received his PhD in statistical physics from Post-Tech with topics of complex system, agent-based model, and neuroscience studies. He also leads ML-based or open source projects with several companies and laboratories, especially text classification, entropy-related information compression for security, and context retrieval. He founded LobLop Incorporated and develops backend AI, open source distributed machine learning management platform for TensorFlow and PyTorch. Everyone, please welcome Mr. Jongkyu Shin for his talk about accelerating model training speed using distributed training with TensorFlow.
Hello, my my name is Jeong Shin from LabLab, and today I'm going to introduce accelerated model training speed using distributed training with TensorFlow 2. Can you see my slide? Okay. Yeah, I'm Jeong Shin. I'm one of the founders of LabLab, and LabLab making the backend.ai, which is our open source machine learning cluster platform. And I'm also working as a Google developer expert with machine learning and deep learning, GDE. Okay, let me start today's presentation. Why we do the distributed model training? The reason is very simple. Because sometimes it takes so long time. For example, in the NLP field, 2 years ago, we met BERT. When BERT came out, we had to train more than 2 months with one V100 GPUs. But model size is getting bigger and bigger, and last autumn, we met the T5. It's also the NLP model, and it takes 3 days with a cloud TPU part. That's on the slide. This is one TPU part, and it takes 3 days to training. And after that, GPT-3 came out this year, and it takes 3 times resource of that T5 required. So model size is getting bigger and bigger, and the calculation time is also longer and longer nowadays. So to reduce the training time or to train itself, we had to distribute the model workload into several clusters and using the cloud. So let's see the problems. Nowadays, everybody uses the multi-core CPUs, which was not existed 20 years ago. But nowadays, we use the multi-core CPUs. So using the many core with one thread is one process is getting harder and harder. For example, when we use the Python, we have a global interpreter lock to prevent us from efficient threading. But it's just a tip of the iceberg. Nowadays, we use GPU for accelerating the machine learning workload. And actually, GPU consists of more than 1,000 very small CPUs, right? So it becomes harder to calculate with the GPUs. But fortunately, we have CUDA library, which automates every process to use GPUs. Of course, we have OpenGL or ROCm project to use with AMD GPUs. But this is just the beginning. Let's think about the real scenarios. When we training a little bigger model than the very fundamental and basic models, we usually use more than one GPUs. This is a common computer for that has 4 GPUs and 1 multi-core CPUs. So to calculate using the whole GPUs, we have to crack down the workload into many pieces. So this is a very simple diagram to connect one multi-core CPU with 4 GPUs, but this is a quite simplified one. So let's go to the real scenarios for that. To use GPUs, we have to address other GPUs memory. So we have to connect each GPUs to communicate each other. So usually for that, we use the NVLink or NV switches. But it has to use some machine-specific library, for example, NCCL by NVIDIA. So with NCCL library, we can communicate, we can address other GPU's memory easily and automatically from one GPU to another GPUs. But this is also the simple scenario. Let's think of the real problem. This DGX1, which is a personal supercomputer by NVIDIA. It has two multi-core CPUs from the that is Intel Xeon, and also it has 8 GPUs, and each CPU is connected to the 4 GPUs, and every GPUs are interconnecting to each other. So this is a kind of NVLink. So when we send the data from GPU 0 to GPU 5, usually we have to send the data to the PCI Express switch on the CPU 0, and CPU 0 will send the data to CPU 1 by the interconnect UPI or QPI interconnection line between CPUs, and CPU 1 will send to the PCI Express switch, and it will send to the GPU 5. So that's the scenario for the more modern cluster node. But if we connect with the NVLink, we can just directly send the data from GPU 0 to GPU 5 with 2 steps. For example, we just send data from GPU 0 to GPU 4 directly, and GPU can access the GPU 5's memory, and GPU 5 also can refer the GPU 4, so we can just address the data with 2 steps. And let's think bigger. This is what it happens in real GPUs inside the GPUs. When we try to access the data on the GPU memory, it will use some kind of a PCI Express I/O line, and it has a hub inside, and hub will distribute and try to find the data from each memories. And as you know, the GPU memory is quite bind to the stream multiprocessor in the GPU, so it's quite bind each other. So we cannot divide it like a CPU and memory. It's just a binded one. The GPU is a kind of a combination between the specific GPU, specific multiprocessor, and specific memories. So it's a lot harder to just access a memory than CPU and GPU memory with a single address space. And let's go more. This is what happens between the GPUs. When we try to send the data from GPU 0 to GPU 1, we have to pick the data location with a XBAR, and we send the data to the PCI Express, and we will just send it to the NVLink if it exists, or to CPUs, and it will just go to the PCI Express I/O for the GPU 1, and it will just follow the line to the HBM2. So this is what it happens in the GPUs. So it takes some problems. As you see that, some combinations of GPUs is just tightly bind each other by just one NVLink, or it has to access with more than 2 links. Or if there is no NVLink or NV switch, we have to send some kind of request and response through the CPU line, with multi-core CPUs or multi CPUs, which is common on the data science platforms for example, the two Intel Xeon processor or 2 EPYC 2 processors. So we have to think about the interconnection between the device, and of course there should be a delay to send the data or address the data. So, and it varies upon the state, the pair of GPU pair or GPU CPU pair. So it makes some kind of unpredictable situation when we try to load some kind of going to job, the machine learning job on the CPU and GPUs. But let's dig more. If we have one CPUs, usually it's multi-core. But what happens in the multi-core CPUs? This is a diagram for the thread report from the AMD. Let's think about it. If we think multi-core CPU is just one CPU. We have many CPU CCX in this case, CCX in the die, and each CCX is bind into some kind of bundles, and bundle is connected with very fast data lanes. But if we just try to access the CPUs from die 1 to die 0, it will use the infinity fabric which connect each die. So infinity fabric is also slower in the CPU, so it makes some kind of a delay. So it's very, very hard to think about the distributed computation, especially for the machine learning, because it takes a lot of the computing powers. So we have to think more when we try to make a distributed machine learning platform. And this is just for the single node. So ideally, we think that multi-node computation or multi-threading computation is very regularized and standardized job, but usually it doesn't. It never. So it's very harder than you think. So there is no silver bullet to solve that kind of problem, and both PyTorch and TensorFlow are trying to do the distributed machine learning, but still they are trying to figure out the problems.
It's 7 o'clock.
Yeah, and focusing on making schemes to be more optimized one. So there are goals to solve when we try to distribute the machine learning workload. First, training needs to be faster, of course. When we attach more node or more GPUs, it should be faster than before. And second, of course, we should modify our machine learning code, but the modification should be smaller as possible. And finally, it should be reproducible. If we make some kind of a distributed machine learning program, and if it has some kind of a binding to specific platforms, we cannot move the code to run on another machine learning cluster or the cloud. So it should be independent to the platform. So let's think about the distributed deep learning workload itself. We have 3 points. Distributed deep learning can be applied in 3 ways. The first is break the computational graph into pieces and distribute them. And the second way is to decentralize the parameter search process. And the final is to decentralize the data pipeline. Let's first look at the case of splitting the computation graph. Computation graph can be split into several steps when the model is very large, and it consumes relatively less computational cost. That's why resource efficiency is good. However, since computation graphs generally have dependencies on the previous steps, it's very difficult to find and break them down. And when distributing computational graph, it's difficult to decide at what timing to reduce the graph. I will explain the reduce concept. And if you use the technique incorrectly, it may slow down the process. Okay, let's move to the second one. In the case of parameter search, which is usually represented by hyperparameter tuning or AutoML, the implementation is not difficult because it's a method of finding an appropriate parameter area by changing parameters based on the single node. However, this process is extremely expensive. It requires a lot of computation cost. So compared to splitting the computational graph described earlier, it uses a relatively large amount of computer resource. And finally, the method of distributing the data pipeline is very advantageous. It has very advantage if the data source has a bandwidth limit for connections, and it's very good to implement through multiple threads. However, in the end, this is only possible if you have enough data pipelines, and it's difficult to use easily if the total bandwidth of the pipeline between each computation node and the data source is limited. In addition, it is less effective when used in the single node, and it must be used in combination with a multi-node based distributed computation process. So let's see the TensorFlow. From the TensorFlow latest version of TensorFlow 1, for example, the TensorFlow 1.12, TensorFlow start to support the distributed processing in the core. So from TensorFlow 1.12, it provides a strategy-based support. So we can just use the class and method in the TensorFlow to do the simple distributed the machine learning training. And the TensorFlow also provides the parallelization of pipelines based on TF data, which is introduced into 1.8. So it parallelizes the data pipeline, and it's very useful when there is a traffic restrictions by data source. So it's very useful when you use the AWS S3 or I forgot the data source name. Anyway, yeah, and there is some kind of a little bit independent project called Mesh TensorFlow. This is a model distributed processing with multiple nodes. It's very scalable, but it's not stabilized yet to be production level. So I will cover the first two. So let's see the TF distributed strategy. The goal is very easy to use, and it should be powerful enough to apply it, and the strategy can be replaced very easily. So TF distributed strategy provides many strategy, and for the general one, I provide a mirrored strategy and the central storage strategy. And for the special case, it provides a one device strategy and TPU strategy and a parameter server strategy. So let's think about a very simple case with a single node and multi GPUs. Oh, I didn't. Sorry for the Korean here. So first, the very basic strategy is a mirrored strategy. It's the basis of the strategies. So it's all reduced based one, and it's optimized for the multiple GPUs. And it's very simple. It's just copying the original code to use another one with a different parameter set or a different data pipeline. So it's very simple. And multi-worker mirror strategy is just the extension of the mirror strategy from the single node to multi-node. But it's a little slow because of the latency between the computation node. But it's very simple to use. So yeah, even though it has some the efficiency degradation, I recommend you to use the multi-worker mirror strategy when you start multi-node distribution. So this is an example of data parallelization. Each device is a GPU. So we just feed the GPU with different data. It's an input shard. So usually we have a big data set, and we can split into many shards, and we just provide the data to different device. And we replicate the variables between the device to do the centralized training. For example, if we have a variable A, it will be shared through the device, and each device will train with different input shard. So their parameter set or the network layer graph will differ by their training. So all reduced algorithm is introduced in this point. When we just train the model with the different GPUs, we reduce the graph to be one general graph, and we call it as a reduce. We just, for example, the parameter will differs from the beginnings, and we just get the difference between the initial parameters and the current parameters, and we just do the calculate the mean value and just distribute it to the device again and synchronize it. Usually we do it in the backpropagation stage. Let's see the example. This is a reduce problem. So when we just distribute the original variable and give the different input shard and training, and they will have a different parameters, and of course there should be a difference between the original parameters and the current parameters, and it will be shared to another device, and it will send to the another device. So by calculating the like a ring structure, they will share the difference, and they will modify themselves with calculating the mean value with input one and update themselves. So this is a training process, for example. So let me see the process between device 0 and device 1. So we just do the forward propagation to train with a different input 1, input 0, and input 1 here. There are different input shot. And we will have a different updated layers. And when we do the back propagation, we will reduce the variable into the same one. For example, it will send a difference to the master process, and it will calculate the value and just send to the device 0 and 1 again. So after this process, the two devices will be synchronized. So this is the reduce process. So this is the example with the 3 layers. We just give the data by all process, and we reduce and update the variable. And again, they will send the all reduce and update the variable. And again, they do the all reduce and update the variable. And next step, they will use the updated variable to training another input shard. So this is the mirrored strategy for multi-GPUs. So when we use mirrored strategy in the TensorFlow, it will use the recognized GPUs in the system, and the GPUs should be the same. If we just have a different GPUs in the same computer, it cannot be used for the mirrored strategy. So of course we can use it if we just make some memory limitation. You can use it, but there will be some problems. For example, the training time will differ from the GPUs, so it will reduce the whole system performance, etc. So we just duplicate all the variable and synchronize them to the GPUs. And there are, of course, limitations. So all GPUs have the same performance and usually same device, for example, V100 or GeForce 3080 or something. And it will show the poor performance in multi-node, because as you see that there is a all reduce process which requires data transfer between each device. And if some device is on the another node, the latency will surely increase. So it will take much more time to synchronize the synchronized process. But even though it takes time, usually the multi-node mirrored strategy can be a good starting point when you use the multi-node distributed learning. So this is a code. It's very simple. We just choose the strategy here, and after the initialization, we just give the replica function and the argument. So I just made some example, but I don't have time, so I will skip here. Bye-bye, examples. So on single node, we can use the one device strategy to use just a single node, a single device. Yes. Why we need a single device mode, even though it doesn't use the multiple GPUs? Because it's for the development. When we use the one device strategy with a single GPUs, if code runs fine, we can just change the strategy to the mirrored strategy to expand to use all GPUs. So it's necessary in terms of development, not for the training. So after writing down your machine learning code with one device strategy, you can easily change it to the mirrored strategy or TPU strategy or etc. And there is some unique strategy called the central storage strategy. It's very good for to prevent the data transfer between devices. When we apply the central storage strategy, it will use just a CPU, one CPU or one GPU without any kind of data transfer between devices. So it prevents data transfer between by reducing the data transfer between the devices. Sometimes it just increase the performance, the overall performance when we train the model. So if you have just a single node and single GPU, like a user PC in home or some office, it's a good starting point to use the central storage strategy as a optimal training time. So it's very simple. It's on the experimental prefix. So many of functions are on the experiment. Many functions have a experimental prefix. So keep in mind that it's not fixed yet, but if it is well stabilized, it will be the standard one. So the total code is quite similar to the mirrored strategy. So the good point of the strategy is that you can change strategy very easily to expand or just for the single machine or just for the training or just for the development. So there's another comment. It's a strategy that experimental distributed dataset, and I will explain it later. So let's scale up to the multi-node distributed training. So this is the normal situation when we use the cloud. We have many worker nodes and multi-core CPUs and many GPUs. So there are two methods. So first one is the multi-worker mirrored strategy. It's just a multi-node version of the mirrored strategy. So if you already have the mirrored strategy code, you can just change the strategy to multi-worker and give some parameters about other workers, location, or the endpoint or URL, etc. And the another one is the parameter server strategy. It requires a parameter server to broadcast and send a command and gather the data from the workers. So each node shares the parameter pool through the parameter server, and it requires independent parameter server and some complex settings. So let's see the multi-worker mirrored strategy. The difference between the mirrored strategy and multi-worker is the cluster resolver. It's an option for the multi-worker mirrored strategy. So if you have more than one worker node, you have to give the information to the strategy as a cluster resolver form. So if you have Docker Cloud or Kubernetes or Slurm, you can use it by just giving the options for the orchestrator. So the basic the available ones are the Google Cloud Engine and Kubernetes and Slurm and TPUs. And if you have your own clusters, you can start from the simple cluster resolver. It's a very simple resolver, and it can be expandable by changing the code. So this is a simple cluster resolver. So you just give the worker information with the URL and the port, and set up the cluster resolver, and you can treat one worker as a master worker, and using the master worker, you can start your workload to another one. And one of the other things are TPU strategy. If you use the Google Cloud, you can use the TPUs without changing any code, because our TPU is ready on the cloud. So you can use it from the TensorFlow 2.3. So there are several convenient functions. So if you are the Google Cloud user, you can start using the TPU strategy. The characteristics is very, very interesting, because all reduce is incredibly fast than my own clusters or other cloud. And to reduce the overhead, TPU has some interesting architecture. So several steps can be calculated at the same time. So it dramatically reduces the calculation time when you give the appropriate parameters. And last, let's see the distributed dataset. It's a distributed processing requires some kind of process. For example, making the different input chart, or distributing to the GPUs, or distributing the data to multi-workers. So it requires some dirty jobs, but it's automated by distributed dataset. So it's provided as a method of each strategy. For example, mirrored strategy has the mirror strategy that experimental distributed dataset method. As you can see, there is an experimental flag at the name, so it's an experimental, but I think it will soon be the standard one. So difference is we already have a TF data set, and it's some kind of the wrapper to the TF data set to support many functions, including the making sharding, or the chunking the data for each epochs. So it will do that instead of us. So you can create a data set, and with that type of data set, you can create a distributed data set by wrapping with an experimental distributed data set method. So just give it to the training process with each epoch. So they will be provided with appropriate data size and data types. So it makes some chunking and sharding. So this is an example, but I don't have enough time, so I will just skip the details. But it's important, so just let me speak once. So there is the line 5 is about the data set. So we have a data set, and from tensors and repeats and batchy, so we can make a data set. So by giving that data set as an input of the distributed data set, we can easily get the distributed data set. So when we use the mirrored strategy, we can give the step function and the replica inputs. So with that data set, we can make an iterator and give the iterator to the training. So iterator doesn't do anything before we call it, so it doesn't take time to initialize. So when we give iterator to the input, it will iterate, and each iteration will give the different data chunk to the training code. So let's compare with the PyTorch. PyTorch also support data parallel training, many methods, and it's for the, of course, for the single node and the multi-node. And single node, usually data parallel PyTorch give many functions, but it's not fixed or stabilized. Even though the API is fixed, the problem is that there is a biggest difference. TensorFlow give many options and stabilized pathway with strategy and some examples, but PyTorch gave us freedom. That means that we have to create our own scenarios. So for making some distributed training, we can use the RPC layer for torch.distributed.rpc. It does not offer a concrete scenario for distributed training. Instead of that, it gives many methods to implement our own. So it just gives us distributed auto-gradient and distributed optimizers, but it doesn't give some concrete scenarios. For example, parameter server and distributed pipeline parallelism, we have to implement it. They give examples to build it, but they just give many freedom to implement. So that's the biggest difference between TensorFlow and PyTorch for the distributed machine learning model training. So you can use it by your own need, but keep in mind that both TensorFlow and PyTorch is not concrete ready for the distributed training. They are advancing very fast, and maybe soon we will meet the concrete way to implement the distributed machine learning training. And today I will cover the deep learning distributed processing, and after that, what I just told that what part can be distributed. For example, we just crack down the computer graph, or just making the parameter search, or distribute the data pipeline. And after that, we cover the distributed training features on TensorFlows, and also compare with the PyTorch distributed training. So there are some guides to follow. So TensorFlow has many tutorials to follow up by yourself. So I recommend you to see the manuals because it's changing very fast. And there are two talks: distributed TensorFlow training and running distributed TensorFlow training with Amazon SageMaker. These two talks is very good starting point when you try to build up your own distributed cluster. And thank you for listening. And if you have a question, just please send me an email, or send me an email. It can be a best way to send some questions to me. And thank you for listening again. And thank you.
Hi, Mr. Shane. Thank you so much for that talk. Wow. So now we're gonna proceed with the Q&A portion. I think we have several questions from our viewers. For the first one, does using SLI or NVLink counteract the latency cost when using multi-GPU?
Example. Sorry. I just
Hello?
oh yeah,
Oh,
I just
yeah, you can.
moved the monitor so here, so I missed
Okay,
your question.
okay.
Sorry.
It's all right, Mr. Sheed. Okay, so the question is, does using SLI or NVLink counteract the latency cost when using multi-GPU?
Yeah, usually the easiest way to use the multi GPU is with NVLink because it's the cheapest one on the market. And if you have enough budget, it's recommended to use the NV switch, which is N N node version for the NVLink. When we use the NVLink, we can just connect the 2 GPUs or for 3 GPUs. But with the NVLink, we can connect the up to 16 GPUs into one virtual GPUs. But there are limitations. For example, when we use the NVLink, we have to use the NCCL library, which is built on CUDA library. So yeah. Anyway, when we use CUDA, we have to use the NCCL, so it doesn't. It doesn't cannot be a barrier to use it. So yeah. So actually, the NVLink and SLI is just a different brand name. It was an SLI when we used the Voodoo graphic card 20 years ago, and it's just migrated into NVIDIA, and it became the foundation of the NVLink. So yeah, usually at least if you do the serious machine learning training, yeah, usually more than 2 GPUs and NVLink is required for the hardware.
All right. So we have a next question. Are there positive outlooks on developing and running CUDA applications on Linux running on virtual machines, such as VirtualBox or VMware, while using Windows as host OS?
Yeah, actually, Windows is working with NVIDIA very hard to support the WSL2 based machine learning. They already ported most of the CUDA library for the WSL2 for Windows 10. WSL2 is the subsystem layer, Linux subsystem layer for the Windows. So you can run Linux application on Windows now from this year. But CUDA is even CUDA is ported for the WSL2. NCCL is not ported yet. It has more problems, so they are trying to solving now. So if the NCCL problem is solved, we can run the CUDA applications, Linux CUDA applications running on the Windows 10. But when we try to use the virtual machine, it can be a different scenarios because if the Windows machine doesn't have a head, for example, the monitor's headless Windows, it's okay to use the CUDA based applications such as TensorFlow. It's okay, but if the host hardware has some kind of a monitor output, the SRIOV is required to use both graphical output and the CUDA acceleration. The SRIOV is the kind of hardware implementation for that. But if you have more than 2 GPUs on the system, you will use 1 GPU for the VMware and training. Nowadays, it's okay if you use the VM, but soon you will not need a virtual machine to training to accelerate the TensorFlow or PyTorch on the Windows 10.
Okay. I think we still have like a last question. How much of an impact will GPT-3 have for developers or programmers in the future?
There are two impacts in my mind. First of all, GPT-3 shows the impact for the natural language processing, but it's training in English. So I also know that there are many attempts to make their own language GPT-3 in many countries now. For example, the China and Korea and Japan too. But to training the GPT-3, we need a lot of computational resource. So there are many kind of secondary renaissance for the machine learning hardwares to training such a big models. Of course, there will be GPT-4 next year, right? So many people are trying to replicate not only replicating the GPT-3, but also making their own version of GPT. So there is some kind of a secondary renaissance for the natural language processing. This is a positive impact. But second impact is some negative, because till now on, almost every machine learning progress was open source. So every researchers share their model and their code, and it became the common attitude for the machine learning and deep learning field. But GPT-3 became commercialized, so we don't know the original code, and we cannot see the original code. There are several implementations by others, but original GPT-3 code and models is closed, and Microsoft has their own right by paying the money to for the GPT-3. So as a machine learning culture, it can be a bad start to be a private machine learning model building or kind of. So I'm excited for the possibilities of that GPT-3 model has, but also having some bad feelings for the machine learning, the area and the kind of technical advance is maybe can be just belongs to the big companies. So it's just my opinion. Sorry.
All right. All right. Well, I think that's it for last question. Thank you so much, Mr. Sheen, for being with us today and sharing your time for our event. Yep. Thank you so much.
Bye bye. Have a good day.
Yeah. Yeah. It's evening now here in Philippines.
Yeah, it's night here.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Sheen. Thank you. Take care.
Bye bye.
Hi.
Hi guys.
Hello.
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 Evening.
Hello. That's the last talk for this DevFest 2020, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Congrats, guys.
Congrats. Congrats to
Congratulations.
Eh, Grabe. Very.
Trisha.
Trish.
Trisha.
I think Trisha's talking, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, I think.
so the class of 2020, I'm sorry, you are on mute, Trisha. All right. So again, hello everyone. Nice to see you again. So we're done with the talks for DevFest, but the night is still young. Okay, we're not
Yes.
ending here. So how are you, girls?
Good. Actually, I feel like empowered right now. Liza is always smiling over
Yeah.
the breakout session. Grabe.
Yes.
Nakakatuwa.
Especially since the breakout session is women in tech track. So Rosella and I are very empowered and inspired by all the talks that the amazing speakers from the amazing speakers.
Yeah, and actually, it's a real feeling right now. It's not just saying it, but really feeling it inside.
Great. So good
But
to
you
hear.
guys,
Impacted as well. Of course, that's the goal of GDG DevFest. How about you, Estela? I think.
Woo. Today is like with all the cloud track the ML and AI. Whew.
Right? High five. Double high five for that as well. I can also relate, of course. But all of our speakers are great. From the keynote, of course, scientific leadership from Sir Julius to our cloud track, our data science track. Um, Especially the women tech makers panel discussion earlier. Of course, it empowered me as well as a woman in tech. So again, amazing, and thank you so much to everyone who attended DevFest virtually. Okay, I see there's a
Thank
lot of
you.
viewers still by this time, so of course, thank you. All right, so yes. Okay, so please, again, please don't forget to send us a feedback. Of course, we definitely would appreciate that for us to be able to know how can we improve with the next for the next events. It's bit.ly/devfestph feedback. Upload your selfies using our virtual photo booth. The link is flashed on the screen, and of course, do not miss the virtual after party. Okay, every dev fest every year there's an after party. Of course, we don't want to miss that, even if it's virtual this time. So it's by GDG Baguio. So please join us. That's the link bit.ly/devfestph party. Okay, and all right. So again, please join that link as later on we'll be having the virtual after party. Now it's time. I guess it's time to announce our winners. But before that, we have a closing remarks, or I can proceed with the announcement of winners. Okay, so please flash it on the screen if it's the announcement of winners. But okay.
Okay.
All right. So let's go ahead
Okay.
and have closing remarks. Okay, from GDG Zamboanga's community lead Salimar. Thank you.
World. DevFest 2020 is by far the grandest virtual developer conference organized by GDG in the Philippines, as this is the first time that almost all GDG chapters in the country have collaborated and combined all its efforts in coming up with an amazing platform despite the ongoing threat of COVID-19 pandemic. We've just concluded day 2 of technical topics. It's now time to have fun. Please stay tuned for our virtual party, which will follow shortly. Hopefully, you enjoyed and learned something new. We hope that we can draw an inspiration from all the topics shared by our awesome speakers and the panelists and make this world, the universe rather, be more technologically advanced, making it a more safe place to live in. We'd love to hear your insights about DevFest 2020. Don't forget to answer the feedback form, which our team will be emailing to you. You can also share your DevFest experience on your social media accounts with our official hashtag DevFestPH2020. Again, I'd like to thank all of you, all our guest speakers, our generous partners and sponsors. Allow me to thank each one of them in behalf of the entire team by acknowledging our sponsors and partners. DevFest Philippines 2020 is powered by Google, co-presented by Cloudstaff and Stojanovic and Associates in cooperation with Union Bank. Special thanks to Hacktiv Collab and MVN Photo Studio. Also thank you to DICT Cluster 1 for supporting DevFest 2020, Our official media partners, Gadget Magazine and WhenInManila.com for featuring our event. Our community partners, Women Tech Makers Manila, Women Tech Makers Zamboanga, Palawan International Technology Business Incubator, Association of Student Technopreneurs and Innovators from FEU Tech, Association for Computing Machinery, FEU Tech Student Chapter, and Sangguniang Kabataan, Puerto Princesa City. This Grandest DevFest is made possible by different GDG chapters in the Philippines. Congratulations to GDG Manila, GDG Baguio, GDG Cagayan de Oro, GDG Cebu, and GDG Zamboanga. Again, thank you and stay safe, everyone. We hope to see you next year.
All right, so let's go ahead and see who the lucky folks are for today's DevFest. Okay, so social media winners will be receiving 100 pesos of Grab vouchers each. Okay, let's see who they are. Jason Roy Olmo, Matt Galero, Nika Herrera, Sebastian Vergara, and Renz Albandia. Congratulations. Please message us in our Slack, okay? It's at GDG Philippines in our Slack channel. Please send us a private message. Next winner, the virtual photo booth package winner. All right, so who's the lucky one? It's Bettina Mercado. Congratulations, Bettina. Please send us a message via Slack. Awangan Drip Coffee winners for today are Karen De La Rosa, Almeda Asuncion, and Ralph Reyes. Congratulations, guys, and please send GDG Philippines a private message in Slack. The gift bundle winner for today. Let's see who it is. It's Angelica May Montanes. Congratulations, Angelica. And of course, the Google Home Mini winner. Let's see the comments. I know there's a lot of you who are hoping to be the winner of this one. So let's see what's the lucky one. It's Gwyneth Escarda. Congratulations, Gwyneth, for winning the Google Home Mini. Okay, Google, go ahead. Let's deliver to Gwyneth. So please send us a message in Slack. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night. Let me just go ahead and call my co-host, please, to officially close this one off. Thank you. All right, so.
All right, we're back. Let's wait for Trisha.
Hello. Congrats.
Congrats, guys. Very, very informative day.
Yeah.
It's a learning day, right? Okay.
Yep. Again, this is Trisha, your host for today from GDG Manila.
I'm Rosel Gumnad from GDG Baguio.
And I'm Estella Bravo from GDG CDO.
And I'm Eliza from GDG CDO.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us this afternoon. Thank you. We hope you enjoyed DevFest 2020.
Yes, stay safe.
Yeah.
Be safe for the virtual party. Enjoy the virtual party.
Let's have a party.
See you at the virtual party. Go ahead and go to GDG Baguio's page. Thank you.